Imagine a world where Satan always has an all seeing eye on everyone, but no one wants to accept the truth. Imagine a world where Satan has convinced majority of the people on earth to obey him. Imagine a world where Satan constricts every function of life until he receives your soul. Imagine a world where Satan is always watching, where free will, comfort, and peace are placed on the altar of deceit and submission. Imagine a world that Satan creates to make everyone hate believers. Imagine a world that Satan creates to make every believer's life a living hell as we wait for Christ's return. Now is the time to realize that Satan's delusion is now our reality. But the question is, are you strong enough and prepared to endure until the end as we wait? Greetings, brothers and sisters from the four corners of the world. I hope everyone is having a blessed day, a blessed Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom to all those all over the world. Okay, so for this lesson, now you're probably wondering, what in the world is the point of the eye? Right? And I want you to just remember the all-seeing eye. Okay, we're not going to necessarily go into it on the surface level. Well, but we're going to go into it more on a unseen level, I should say. So there, if you're looking for a Simpsons video or a video showing about the all-seeing eye, excuse me, this is not that video. But this video, this lesson here, is called It's Time. Okay, now to the average person, they have no idea what this symbol is. All right, even to the normal person in the world. All right, but I'm going to show you why the world is saying it's time. So let's get right into it. I do have quite a lot of videos to share, but let's get right into scripture. So I'm going to start with Ezekiel 7. Ezekiel 7, verse 2 reads, "Also, thou son of man, thus saith the Lord God unto the land of Israel, an end, the end, is come upon the four corners of the land." And if you didn't know, that word land is referring to the earth. All right. All right. So the word land, world, or the earth. So the end is come upon the entire earth. Verse 5 through 7 reads, "Thus saith the Lord God, an evil and only evil, behold, is come. And then is come, the end is come. It watcheth for thee, behold, it is come. For the morning is come unto thee, O that thou dwellest in the land. The time is come, the day of trouble is near, and not the sounding again of the mountains." Now, to the basic person, or the not even to the basic person, but To the average biblical reader who just reads, and there's nothing wrong with that, they're thinking, okay, the end is here. And then all they see is the day of trouble. But it says, the end it watcheth for thee. And then it says, the morning is come unto thee. Now, who was known as the morning star? Lucifer. Okay. Satan, El Shaitan, Beelzebub, Baal. All right. So this is saying Satan is come unto thee, O that dwellest in the world. The time is come. So when you see, and if you and if you haven't still gotten it just yet, this literally this picture that I've taken literally came from a global entity. So when they say it's time, you understand it's time. And I'm going to show you because 2023, so to speak, is shaping up for 2024, obviously, but it's not that easy. It's not that easy. You say, right? It's time, it's time. The end is come. It is come. Okay. The day of trouble, meaning, and it's not the day. I hope everyone knows this. It's not the day. It's the years of trouble, right? So when you see this word yom, it means to be hot. So we see what? One, we also see the world heating up. My goodness, right? It's hot everywhere, even for places that's not used to it. Then you can see at the very bottom, it says year or yearly. Also refers to weather, trouble. So anything that comes in the year, look at it, season. So we're living in a season where trouble is, look, daily. There's always going to be daily troubles. Anyone who chooses not to believe that, well, they're just too afraid and they refuse to recognize that things are changing in the world and they don't want things to change. Those individuals are also dangerous people. Now, as you can see, it says the word the day or the season or the year or the time or the weather of trouble is near. Now, look what this word near is referring to. It says in place, kindred, or time. Now, they're saying it's time. And I will show you the exact websites of where this is coming from in due time. But they're saying it's time. So this term near goes to, like I said, place, kindred, which is family, time, something that's at hand, something that's near, something that's nigh, something that's more ready, meaning they're ready to continue what they're going to do. So my question is, Satan has come unto the world, obviously. The fallen are out, they're moving about. Nephilim, which my next living amongst the Nephilim lesson will be just a spin-off from the New Heaven and New Earth lessons where we went on with Moses, because I found out some information there in regards to fallen angels. But Brothers and sisters, the end is here. Satan is come unto thee, O thou that dwellest in the earth. Now we all live on this earth. All right. Verse 12 through 19. Now, why would the Most High want us to know about Satan coming to the earth, and what is the Most High's symbol, or what is his so to speak, the knowledge that he wants us to have to make us aware that Satan is right. He's like breathing down our necks, everyone in the world. Remember, the Most High say he gives signs, but how many people pay attention, right? It says, verse 12, the time is come, the day draweth near. Let not the buyer rejoice, nor the seller mourn, for wrath is upon of all the multitude thereof. Now, first thing is first. The time is come, the day draweth near, and the first thing that the Most High refers to is buying and selling, which means the time of the end, the time of Satan's rise, is intertwined with finances. Okay, so it was important that you understand finances. It affects whatever is coming, the Most High is saying. Those who buy and those who sell, the merchants, it would be a bad day for everyone. Verse 13 says, for the seller shall not return that which is sold, although they were yet alive. For the vision is touching the whole multitude thereof, which shall not return, neither shall any strengthen himself in the iniquity of his life. So, wow. The Most High is saying, hey, they're going to create a system where smuggling, drugs, prostitution, all these things that run through the flow of cash no longer works. Think about that, right? Think it, and you'll understand as we move forward. But the Most High said neither. So it's just not for sellers and buyers who buy in a store or in a bazaar or any place, okay, bodega, any place that sells items and goods. But it's also for those who have strengthened themselves in iniquity without the middleman of the government, so to speak. Because the government is the middleman between the store and the customer. Okay. Verse 14 reads, they have blown the trumpet even to make all ready, but none goeth to the battle, for my wrath is upon all the multitude thereof. So who is the Most High's wrath upon? Is it on those who have blown the trumpet? No, it's upon those who didn't go or prepare for the battle. The Most High is saying, whatever occurs, I'm telling you, an evil is coming. And those who aren't prepared, you're going to face my wrath. Because didn't the gospel say, don't let Christ return and you be sitting idle or not knowing what to do, right? So being unprepared is a sin. I've also read this in many numerous texts. Being unprepared is a sin. Verse 15 reads, the sword is without, the pestilence and the famine within. So what that means is in cities and very populated areas, pestilence, and famine will be the first use of weapon. He that is in the field shall die with the sword, and he that is in the city, famine and pestilence shall devour him. So all those who decide to run, they will have a sword, more like a military occupation, right? But they that escape of them shall escape and shall be on the mountains like doves of the valleys, all of them mourning, every one for his iniquity. Now, understand what the Most High said. Should you escape, the first place to go is to a mountain. A lot of people gonna try and twist Christ's words up and say, if someone tells you to go here or there, yeah, no, none of the words contradict. Okay, Christ was referring to false Christ, saying that. Okay, someone who was a pastor pimp, okay, or elder pimp, or a bishop pimp. They've been pimping their congregation, money and money and money and money and money, and then all of a sudden they got a wise idea. No, sit down. Keep talking about that money, right? That's what you were doing the whole time. Sit down. You are not a part of God's process to getting the people to the kingdom. The only reason you are standing is because Satan wanted to use you as a tool to lead the other blind souls down with you, right? Verse 17 reads, all hands shall be feeble and all knees shall be weak as water. Now, what is happening where the world, don't forget this, this is the world, a world occupation where everyone will be feeble and knees will be weak. I mean, stomach will be cramping, head will be tingling, mouth will be tingling of nervousness, of man, my next door neighbor just died, or the person down the street, or the car next to me just died, and just complete and utter chaos. What would cause this? They shall also gird themselves with sackcloth, and horror shall cover them, and shame shall be upon all faces, and baldness upon their heads. That mean so what that means is they've been discovered. They were naked, which means they weren't covered. They were taken off guard. That's why shame will be on their faces. And I know a lot of people may say, well, oh, I prepped. People who live in bunkers or preppers, they're going to have their face on shame as well, because nothing is going to stop. It's not going to stop and you won't survive. I don't care if you got 400 years worth of food, clothing, water, you still are not going to be ready. And they still will be ashamed because there's some people who plan in the bunkers, some people who doomsday prep and don't even have Christ. So what are you preparing for? You're preparing to be overran. You're preparing to die. What do you think? You're going to make a stand against millions of people? Think about that, right? Doomsday prepping. If 1,000 people came to where you stay, you don't think they're going to get in? I don't care how much guns you got. You can't kill them all, right? So your only option is Christ. Your only option is the Father above in heaven. But their faces will be full of shame. It says, they shall cast their silver in the streets, and their gold shall be removed. Their silver and their gold shall not be able to deliver them in the day of wrath of the Lord. They shall not satisfy their souls, neither fill their bowels, because it is the stumbling block of their iniquity. Now, wait a minute. It says silver and gold cast in the streets, your savings, your money. It said money won't be able to deliver you. Look what deliver means, to defend you. It won't be able to help you escape. Hmm. It won't help you to preserve your life. It won't help to recover you. It won't help to rescue you. It won't help to rid you or excuse you from a situation. You can't pay your way out of this. You can't bribe your way out of this. That means it has nothing to do with debt to income ratios. It has nothing to do with loans. It has nothing to do with interest rates. There's nothing you can do. You can't save yourself. You can't go into your savings. You can't steal from someone else and say, I'll get the money back. Just give me a few hours. You can't take out of your bank account because they're closing all the bank accounts now, right? They closing banks. Now, this is a playbook from Josephus. Now we notice in my New Heaven and Earth lesson, we notice everything in Josephus is not historically correct. However, the occupation is. The occupation of Israel and all of those things was correct. Now, if you read in the book of Josephus, it was referring to before things got chaotic, they would stage events where banks and ATMs would be destroyed. What are we seeing now? They would also close bankings down. What do you see all over the world? Banks being closed, currencies being changed faster than people can take out what they've earned. Right? So they sit there and tell you, "Oh, we're changing to a new currency," but you only still have a $300 or $500 or $1,000 limit, yet you have $10,000 in the bank. So what? Oh, we'll be shutting the bank down in 7 business days. But you're only allowed. Oh, we changed our policy. You're only allowed to take 300 out. Okay, just 300 every other day. We no longer take. We. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. We don't want to rush at the ATM. I'm sorry. So the Most High is telling us something is coming. It won't be money will not be able to deliver you in the what? And you see, when people just read the surface, it gets really scary because now they're dealing with ignorance. Money will not be able to save you in the years, in the seasons, in the other times or time, in the days, in the daily, right? Money will not be able to save you from morning to night, week to week, month to month, year to year, transaction to transaction. It will not save you. Now, what kind of world are we going to live in where money is no longer useful? That should be the question, right? And as these questions go along, you know, I'm going to put in things as well. I've put in things in scripture to also encourage you because as a minister, it is my job also to do what? Let's go back to that. It is my job to warn all brothers and sisters to prepare. Now, should you not prepare, it's on you. But I know if things were the other way around, I would be paying attention to those whose works are consistent and those who are trying to warn me as to how to prepare. Because if not, then what are you doing? Right? What are you doing? Now, a lot of people didn't like that. Let me take this off the screen real quick. A lot of people didn't like that I exposed the term that's not in the Bible that many so called believers are waiting for, rapture. Now, this is a new term that was also created by John Darby, who created the doctrine of rapture, which is not in the Bible. But it says rapture is a state of mental transport or exaltation, a spiritual ecstasy. The original term for rapture is seizure, rape, and kidnapping. So, guess what? Yes, the Bible does say people are going to get raptured. They will get seized, they will get raped, and they will get kidnapped. That's correct. As far as you thinking that you and I are righteous enough to receive the blessing of Enoch and Elijah, I think not. Okay, I think not. Okay, so and think about this, right? For those who are fervent studiers of the Bible, when you place a rapture doctrine in the Bible, it removes preparation, right? Because you think that you're going to go so far and then you're just going to fly up in the sky, right? So you don't have to prepare for anything, right? So then by default, these people end up making parts of the Bible obsolete, right? Hmm. Now, remember that scripture, Book of Deuteronomy and uh, uh, and Revelation, right? You remember? It said, "You shall not add to or take away." Let me get that real quick. Sorry about that. So, just my spelling was a bit off there for a second, but hey. So in Deuteronomy 4 it says, "Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you." Now, let's look at the word diminish. Now, it says here something made small through removal or to shave, remove, lessen, or withhold. So now, watch this now. Every minister, every pastor, every elder that has chosen not to teach certain things, now they are also being held to this standard. Because when you withhold certain things, you lessen the value of the Bible. Wow. This is why I tell people not to teach. Right? Be careful. That's why myself as a minister, I don't withhold information. Everything is free. Lest the Most High says, wait. I gave you this information for free, but you won't share it for free? Hmm. Check this out. Revelations. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away, let's look at this word take away, right? Take away, remove, cut, smite, off, cut off, take away. Of the words from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things which are written in this book. That just says diminish, right? Look at the old term, diminish. To lessen, make, seem to make smaller. Diminish means to make small. Now that word D, okay, and then minish would mean completely lessen. So I can tell you how many Christians will go to hell. They diminish the words of Christ for following Paul. Right? They make Christ's words and gospel less and then run to Paul. What about the children of Israel? They diminish Christ's words and run to the Torah, aka the laws of Aaron. So now we have both sides of believers who's going to hell anyway, because everyone's just diminishing. Oh well, that's your opinion. Well, the Bible's not full of opinions. The Bible's full of facts. So anyone who has opinions, shouldn't even be heard, right? Because when we go and even make these lessons, we're adding facts on top of facts, on more facts, on more facts, and more facts, and more facts, right? So it can brighten up the understanding of the Bible, right? And prepare those who have ears to hear and eyes to see. Now, I tell you this as I prepare whomever may be truthfully listening. Matthew 6:24. It reads, no man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put on. Is not the life more than meat, and the body than raiment? Behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feedeth them. Are ye not much better than they? Which of you, by taking thought, can add 1 cubit unto his stature? And why take ye thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. Yet I say unto you that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Wherefore, if God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is, and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, O ye of little faith? Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewithal shall we be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek. For your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself, sufficient unto the days is the evil thereof. Now, where Satan, Satan was cast down from the heavens, he said, I hate your creation, Most High. He said it to him. He said, I hate those in your image. So I'm going to construct a world that everything that you hate, I'm going to make them love. And then I'm going to pull it out from underneath them and watch them crawl to me. In fact, they're going to run to me. Because in a time where there's no money, what happens? You're going to seek these things, right? You're going to seek the drink. You're going to seek the food. You're going to seek the clothing and the shelter. How and Christ says those who consistently worry about these things, they have little faith. My question for you, brothers and sisters, how much faith do you have? Remember the last question I posed. Are you strong enough and prepared to endure until the end as we wait? This is what Christ is asking. Are you strong enough? Is your faith strong enough? Now, remind you, faith comes with work. So your how you act, okay, under pressure, the fire, so everyone must be baptized with fire, trial and tribulation. How you deal with that is what you receive from the Most High. Should you eat or drink or receive clothing or shelter for the time? Now, it's not going to be nothing that we're used to, whether it be a home or apartment, maybe a trailer, or whatever the case is. It's not going to be what people are used to. That's also a part of the preparation, brothers and sisters, understanding that your reality will change because you will change and take a stand for the Most High. That's a part of the battle in itself. Because anyone can say, I'm going to stand for the Most High. But when the time comes and you cannot go to the store, when the time comes when certain things are required, what will you do? That's the question, brothers and sisters. What will you do? Now, you know what's going to happen? I'll share with you what will happen. One second, blank the screen out, put a video. I'll share with you what's going to happen. When everything occurs, this is what's going to happen. Fair use.
What if you were paid an income each month without having to lift a finger? That's a proposal for a universal basic income trial that could take place in some parts of England to find out what impact the money has on people's lives. And we're joined now by Will Strong, who's Director of Research at Autonomy, the think tank behind the scheme, and former apprentice winner Michelle Jubilee. So,
good morning to you both. Will Strong, what on earth are you talking about? £1,600 a month and you don't have to work? Why?
Yeah, so this is a really exciting pilot happening in two parts of the country. We had a 2-year consultation with communities there. And it's a really exciting idea that's happening all over the world. So 100 pilots in America happening right now, pilot in Wales, the pilot in Finland.
But why?
Why? Because this is basically, there's a number of reasons. I think there's two kind of ways of looking at this. On the one hand, solving some of the problems in our current system. So the welfare system doesn't work. It's widely condemned as basically immoral and ineffective in getting people into work. And secondly, preparing us for the future. We've gone through the COVID pandemic. We've gone through the cost of living crisis. There's so many different kind of tumultuous moments ahead of us: climate change, AI disruption, tech disruption of all kinds. We need a solid income floor.
And in the pilots you're going to give, in the pilot areas, a working person, £1,600 a month, which they have to do nothing. So that's £20,000, £19,000, 200 a year. And the idea is what? If you just give them the money, does that make them work more or less?
Well, this is what we're going to find out. This is why we're running pilots. This is why pilots are the thing right now, basic income, to understand what are the different outcomes, different demographics, different income levels. Do people continue working? Do they like their job? Do they feel like they need to have purpose to their work?
Okay.
Or do they try something else?
Michelle Dewberry, what do you think? Are people likely to work if they're given a universal basic income for doing nothing?
No, so right, first things first, I'm all for creative thinking and looking at how we can perhaps do things differently. So no problems with any of that. But I read all 63 pages of your report and I struggled to find a single coherent way of explaining how on earth you would fund this situation. You're currently seeking 30 people, £1,600 a month. You're currently trying to find somebody else's money to fund that pilot with. So just to be absolutely clear, because who wouldn't love the idea? There you go, my friend, £1,600, yeah, brilliant, high five. But let's just be clear with some numbers. The total tax income in this country is £1,000 billion, so about £1 trillion, right?
One moment, please. I apologize. I'm going to play that back.
What if you were paid an income each month without having to lift a finger? That's a proposal for a universal basic income trial that could take place in some parts of England to find out what impact the money has on people's lives. And we're joined now by Will Strong, who's Director of Research at Autonomy, the think tank behind the scheme, and former apprentice winner Michelle Dewberry. So,
good morning to you both. Will Strong, what on earth are you talking about? £1,600 a month and you don't have to work? Why?
Yes, so this is a really exciting pilot happening in two parts of the country. We had a 2-year consultation with communities there. And it's a really exciting idea that's happening all over the world. So 100 pilots in America happening right now, pilot in Wales, then a pilot in Finland.
But why?
Why? Because this is basically, there's a number of reasons. I think there's two kind of ways of looking at this. On the one hand, solving some of the problems in our current system. So the welfare system doesn't work, it's widely condemned, it's basically immoral and ineffective at getting people into work. And secondly, preparing us for the future. We've gone through the COVID pandemic, we've gone through the cost of living crisis. There's so many different kind of tumultuous moments ahead of us: climate change, AI disruption, tech disruption of all kinds. We need a solid income floor.
and in the pilots you're going to give, in the pilot areas, a working person £1,600 a month, for which they have to do nothing. So that's £20,000, £19,000, 200 a year. And the idea is what? If you just give them the money, does that make them work more or less?
Well, this is what we're going to find out. This is why we're running pilots. This is why pilots are the thing right now, basic income, to understand what are the different outcomes, different demographics, different income levels. Do people continue working? Do they like their job? Do they feel like they need to have purpose to their work?
Okay.
Or do they try something else?
Michelle Dewberry, what do you think? Are people likely to work if they're given a universal basic income for doing nothing?
No, so right, first things first, I'm all for creative thinking and looking at how we can perhaps do things differently. So no problems with any of that. But I read all 63 pages of your report and I struggled to find a single coherent way of explaining how on earth you would fund this situation. You're currently seeking 30 people, £1,600 a month. You're currently trying to find somebody else's money to fund that pilot with. So just to be absolutely clear, because who wouldn't love the idea? There you go, my friend, £1,600, yeah, brilliant, high five. But let's just be clear with some numbers. The total tax income in this country is £1,000 billion, so about £1 trillion, right? If you wanted to give adults over the age of 18 your £1,600 a month, these are rough figures, by the way, that would pretty much eat up your entire tax take in this country.
Michelle, these are very rough figures. That's not the correct calculation, right? Because the basic income would go to children and adults at different rates. So
Even more expensive.
It's already lower than that.
If it only went to 29 million working people, it would still be 580 billion pounds.
Let's be clear what we're talking about here. Let's be very clear what we're talking about here. This is a pilot of a full basic income, right? We're not talking about a national scheme. We're talking about a pilot of 30 people. We need to pilot a full basic income to understand those effects. If it was a national scheme, we'd probably start on a more modest basic income. There's many good studies about what that would look like,
Right, but you need
and how basically half poverty.
Look at them veins popping.
I would absolutely love to have
We're agreed.
No, we're agreed on the concept of getting rid of poverty.
Right.
No one would want children.
What's the most
But the
effective
way
way
that
of doing it?
you are seeking to achieve that is the height of delusion. It's the height of delusion. It's dining out on other people's money. It's creating an absolute false economy. It will set this country up for fail. You will create an environment.
Where's the evidence base for this?
You
Where's
will-
the evidence base?
Well, the evidence base for this is basic common sense. You have to
It's not
see.
true. If you look at
You
our past
have-
Europe, the welfare systems are much more generous and universal than ours, but they're more successful economies. We have a low wage, low productive economy.
How you can fund it well.
Well, so the particular pilot, so the
No,
starting
no,
point for funding a pilot.
I know how you're going to
Well,
fund the
sometimes
1.6
you're
million
talking
pounds.
about the pilot sometimes you're talking about the national dispute.
Right,
Which one are you
wait.
talking about?
Right, I'm very clear in what I'm saying to you.
Sure.
There's a 1.6 million pound fee that you're currently seeking someone else's money to pay
Yes,
for
which
your
is the
pilot.
standard model for
Right.
funding these pilots. They're
Full
very
stop.
pilot and
I
elsewhere.
don't care about that.
Okay, well,
Right, so what you're trying to achieve, you're trying to demonstrate that your model works. So then I'm asking you, if it works and you want to roll this out en masse to the nation, you want to pay us all to stay at home on our backsides and do the square up
that's
modelling,
not it. You just
how are you going to fund it?
you go to a message here.
How are you
That's
going
not
to
exactly
fund it?
that's not what we're saying.
Damn
Have
it.
you read our reports on full basic income across the
Well,
country? Because this is not what we're
I have a very
talking about.
simple question.
Sure, please.
How are you proposing to fund universal basic income beyond your trial in this country?
There's a number of ways of doing that.
Give me them one.
Here we go. Okay, so reforming wealth taxation. That's a massive issue.
Explore that. What does that mean?
Yeah, wealth taxes. So you fund
Wealth taxes.
Yeah, I'm saying that
No. Because this is deluded.
Why?
What you do.
This is a fairly standard model of how to raise money.
Okay, I have to draw it to a close there because we have another guest coming up. Deluded. You will never
You're just
fund
shouting
it.
deluded. You're just shouting deluded.
Okay, your argument is that he's deluded. Your argument is you're not.
It can't be. You're gonna fund it.
You start
Well,
shouting
that's
deluded.
it. Let's go ahead.
Quite where the 500 billion pounds to pay for it's going to come from is still a little bit of a mystery.
All right. Now they had to cut them off the air because they was acting wild. But all in all, brothers and sisters, where is this going? You have in Exodus chapter 7, the end is come, the end is come. You have Christ saying that do not take worry for things that's coming. Now, I want you to make sure you write this in a list, right? Universal basic income. That's what they were talking about. And this is happening all over the world where they are looking to give people income. Now, outside of the stupid taxes, right? Because we all know taxes ain't gonna work. Satan can care less once all his things is done. They've already said they're looking for a great reset. This is a new world order. I guarantee you there won't be no taxes. I guarantee you. And some people will say, "Wow, yeah, that's great," Uh, you know, I'll be first in line. But you see, what something's wrong with this. Okay, think about it. Right? Think about what's wrong with the economy all over the world, brothers and sisters, is changing, right? The banks are shutting down, accounts missing money. And then we have Christ saying, okay, be calm. Money isn't everything. Your life is more valuable than the money itself. So that leads me to my next current event. The next current event is, you got it, WorldCoin. Eyeball scanning for cryptocurrency. You would have never thought of it, would you? WorldCoin is giving people digital crypto money in exchange to scan their eyeballs. You don't believe me, do you? New cryptocurrency offer users tokens for scanning their eyeballs. I mean, just so you can verify that you are a human being. I mean, it sounds fairly easy, doesn't it? I mean, we're all humans, right? We're all the Most High's creation, right? What's brothers and sisters? What's going on here? What is going on? Where people from all nations, all cultures, all religions are saying, "Sign me up. I get a free $50. Sign me up." What's the big deal? I'll share with you. One moment. Let's see, though, what's really happening and what's the spin with the news? What is the news saying about this? Fair use.
Our next story is something straight out of a science fiction film. Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI, has started a new project which can gift crypto tokens by scanning human beings. You heard that right. The project is called WorldCoin. It aims to provide a unique world ID to humans. That will be done by scanning a human eyeball using WorldCoin's orb. It's a silver ball about the size of a bowling ball. The project has 2 million users from its beta period. With Monday's launch, WorldCoin is now scaling up orbiting operations to 35 cities in 20 countries. Other users can secure their tokens by downloading the company's app until they receive access to the orb. Those who sign up in certain countries will also receive WorldCoin's cryptocurrency token, that's the WLD. The cryptocurrency aspect of the World ID is important. That's because cryptocurrency blockchains can store the world IDs to preserve privacy and cannot be controlled or shut down by any single entity. The project believes that world IDs will be necessary in the age of generative AI, which produces remarkably human-like language. The project adds that world IDs could be used to differentiate between real people and AI bots.
Now, I know you're like, all right. Well, what's going on here? You probably never heard of this, have you? So hold that thought. What I want to share with you, okay? I have to share with you. I love you. I have to share with you this, right? And we got a jam-packed lesson full of videos for you. So now you understand this background when they say it's time. That is the world coin symbol. And they said it's time. Now, this launched July 24th, 2023. What were you doing 5 days ago? What were you doing on the 24th? Were you worrying about school or job? Maybe about groceries or shopping or bills? But all I know is, brothers and sisters, something that can scan your eyes and that is being pushed, okay, with the slogan, "It's time," means it's time. All the economies in the world are collapsing. BRICS is going left and right. The European nations and America is falling apart. But all I know is that WorldCoin says it's time. I want you to think about that as we As we continue further in the lesson, it's time. I mean, that's what they're telling us, right? Fair use.
A project has been launched offering people cryptocurrency in exchange for a scan of their eyeballs. AI entrepreneur Sam Altman, who runs the company behind ChatGPT, is offering people £40 worth of a new digital currency to visit physical scanners in cities. More than 2 million people have volunteered so far for the project, which aims to help confirm if someone is a human or a robot online.
Now wait a minute. Why do I need to confirm that I'm a human? That should be your question, brothers and sisters. What do they have planned that we need to confirm that we have a heart inside of our body? Oh, this is becoming very sinister, but all I know is their slogan says it's time.
More on this, our cyber correspondent Joe Tidy joins us now. Joe, welcome to Just Explain All.
Yes, so as you say, this is a very remarkable and unique project that's been launched. Most cryptocurrencies, of course, in order to be a part of the cryptocurrency network, you just buy some coins yourself, you spend your own money, but this is a project that's paying people to be involved. You have to go and you have to find one of these silver orbs that are in 35 different countries around the world. I went yesterday to a pop-up site here in London because yesterday was the full launch of the cryptocurrency coin, and you look into the silver orb and it scans your eyeball and proves you're a person, and then you have to link that up with your mobile phone to make sure that you are a human and not a robot. And in exchange, you get 25 of these coins called WorldCoin, and at the moment they're worth something. They're worth about $2 per coin, but of course we don't know if that'll go up or go down because, like most cryptocurrencies, they are floating in value and often quite volatile. And as I say, it's a very strange and almost dystopian idea that you have to go and do this to get cryptocurrency coins, but people are doing it. I met lots of people yesterday, most of them, in fact, all.
Now, they're wanting to give you money to verify that you are human. And then I add universal basic income. Wait a minute here. You're going to give me money to do something that you want. It's more sinister than an eyeball. It's more sinister than an eyeball.
Were men in their 20s and 30s who wanted to be a part of this, probably incentivized by the money, of course, but also by the idea, because Sam Altman, the creator of ChatGPT, says this isn't just about the crypto coin, that is just the incentive to get people signed.
Now, we're going to go on this man. We're going to go on this man later. Don't worry.
This is about proving that you are a human in order to live your life online, so that people know you are a person. You can prove your personhood, as is the phrase, instead of an AI chatbot, which of course we know are becoming more and more lifelike.
And what are they going to do with this information? And are there any dangers associated with it in terms of, personal, not necessarily information, but the data that they can perhaps use in the future?
Well, that's the big worry, isn't it? Of course, your iris scan is one of the most sensitive, unique parts of your biometric data. There's a big concern what's being done with that data. The organizers, WorldCoin, say that what they do is they use the orbs to get a scan of your iris, and then they use that to make a unique code that's responding to that iris. And that is the code that's put into a big database to check whether or not you've done it before, whether or not you are a verified human, and that the data is deleted instantly after that's been done. That's what they're saying. A lot of trust.
The devil is a liar.
Of course, a lot of trust in the company, a lot of trust in the people that make the orbs as well, which is a completely different company. But it is a big ask for people to do, and they're trying to get millions, probably billions of people to sign up to this, and that's why they're putting all these orbs, about 1,500 around the world now, in various cities across the world. They're encouraging people to come in, of course, with that bonus of coins.
And there's been a lot of criticism of Sam Altman. How's he responded to that?
Well, he says that the criticism is welcomed. He says that the haters give him energy, him and the team, and he encourages people to keep criticizing. He says that this is a ambitious project, and he says it might succeed, it might fail, but he's...
Liar. When they say it's gonna fail, I'm gonna prove to you that it will not fail. I wouldn't be teaching this if it was gonna fail. Trust me when I say it. Because y'all didn't hear me talk about crypto before. But this is the one.
Try with this, but there have been some criticism and cynical comments as well from people in the crypto world. For example, Vitalik Buterin, who is the founder of Ethereum, he's described it as having dystopian vibes. And then the founder of Twitter, Jack Dorsey, is also a crypto fan, said that visit an orb and an orb will visit you.
Joe, thanks very much for taking us through all that.
Now, you may be saying, it's just a ball. Y'all know I love wordplay. I teach y'all for those who are fervently listening and studying with me. What does the word orb mean? You think it's a spear. Check this out. It says a spear, a globe, something spherical or circular orbit of a heavenly body. Well, my body's not from heaven. Is your body from heaven? I know he created us in his image. A spear, a globe, orbit of a heavenly body. I don't like where this is going. Let's see. Orbit is the eye socket, the bony cavity of the skull which contains the eye. Latin orbita or orbita is the wheel track, beaten path, route, or course. So we're trying to find something in our body. Don't you think? I would say so. They want to get into your eye socket. The question is, what's in the eye socket? What I haven't looked this one up, but let's see. Let's see what they shared, maybe. Right? Obviously, the eye is the eye to see. Now, my thing is an orb scanning to your eye. Now, I remember the last time the world was backed up behind something, it didn't go so well. People started dying. People are still dying. People are having cardiac arrest, if you know what I mean. Athletes falling out on soccer fields, baseball fields, comedians dropping dead. I mean, so the last time they got behind a world idea, the results are still being felt in a bad way for a lot of people. Something just something don't seem right, does it? This I mean, it's time. It's time for WorldCoin, right? They said it's time. Let's take a further look at what WorldCoin is in some sense. Fair use.
What if I told you that there was a new cryptocurrency that could revolutionize the way we think about money? A currency that is truly global, decentralized, and fair. A currency that could help to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor and create a more equitable and just world. This is the promise of WorldCoin, a new cryptocurrency that is being developed by Sam Altman and Ilya Sutskever. In this video, I'm going to give you a detailed overview of WorldCoin and explain why it has the potential to change the world. But before we get started, I want to tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a world where money was controlled by a few wealthy individuals. These individuals used their money to gain power and influence, and they often used it to exploit the poor and the marginalized. The people of this world were unhappy. They wanted a way to change the system, but they didn't know how. Then, one day, a group of brilliant engineers came up with an idea. They created a new type of currency that was decentralized and fair. This currency was called WorldCoin. WorldCoin was different from other currencies in a few key ways. First, it was not controlled by any central authority. This meant that no one could use their money to gain power or influence. Second, WorldCoin was fair. Everyone had an equal opportunity to participate in the WorldCoin network.
Don't believe the devil.
Regardless of their nationality,
Don't do it. Don't believe
or
them.
access to traditional financial services. The people of this world were excited about WorldCoin. They believed.
I love how they put the people of this world. Remember, we're not of it. Remember that.
That it could finally give them the power to change the system. What is WorldCoin? WorldCoin is a new cryptocurrency that is designed to be a global decentralized currency. It is based on a new technology called proof of humanity, which uses facial recognition to verify the identity of users.
AKA proof of humanity is proof of personhood. Now, like I said, what are we in the world are about to experience that we need to prove that we have a heart in our body? This is not looking good. Is this Satan's plan?
This means that anyone in the world can participate in the WorldCoin network, regardless of their nationality, financial status, or access to traditional financial services. How does proof of humanity work? To participate in the WorldCoin network, users need to upload a selfie and complete a series of challenges.
Now, complete a what is this, TikTok? A series of challenges. What if these challenges go against my belief in the Most High? What if these challenges mean to hurt someone else? What if these challenges put my life in danger? Remember, I mean, the TikTok challenges. Does anyone remember years ago? I think they had that whole thing about the Pokemon and people were going to find invisible things and they was dying. Is it challenges like those things?
These challenges are designed to verify the user's identity and ensure that they are not a bot or a fake account. Once a user has completed the challenges, they are awarded a certain number.
So you mean to tell me you got the power to unite everyone in the world with a financial system, but you can't tell if they're real? Does that even sound right? I mean, y'all the ones that created the AI. You act like the average person is just in their basement creating their own AI.
WorldCoin tokens. What are the advantages of WorldCoin?
None.
There are a number of advantages to WorldCoin over other cryptocurrencies. First, it is more secure. The proof of humanity process makes it very difficult for hackers to steal or counterfeit WorldCoin tokens.
Here we go.
Second, it is more fair. Everyone has an equal opportunity to participate in the WorldCoin network, regardless of their nationality, financial status, or access to traditional financial services. Third, it is more inclusive. WorldCoin does not require users to have a bank account or other financial services. This makes it acceptable.
No bank account. What? No bank. I told you I didn't tell you. The Most High told you. You're going to throw out your silver and your gold in the street because your money won't be able to save you. That means the money that you have, the job that you have, the little money you got in a shoebox or hidden in your closet or in a safe, it's not gonna help. It's not going to help. You mean to tell me, brothers and sisters, that there's no bank account, but every person in the world is not in one country? So what is this? So you mean to tell me the same for someone in India would have the same bank account as someone in Portugal because there's no bank account? Are they going to destroy the currency? The value of the I mean, Most High said you're going to end up throwing away your money, right? Y'all seeing where this is going? WorldCoin, no bank account, which means no banks. No banks. And they said it's time. It's time for no banks. It's time to put everyone on one system. Hmm. All this other stuff that other nations are doing, whether it's Babylon, Europe, Africa with the BRICS, all of it will be put into this. I guarantee. And then how they're going to lure people? Universal basic income. Universal basic income. That's how they're going to do it. I'm telling you, you better watch out for this.
To people who are currently excluded from the global financial system. What are the challenges of WorldCoin? There are a few challenges that WorldCoin will need to overcome in order to be successful. First, it will need to be widely adopted by businesses and individuals. Second,
it will
need to be secure from hackers and other malicious actors.
It
Third,
will.
It will need to be regulated in a way that protects users and ensures that it is not used for illegal activities.
What did I tell you? What did the Most High say? So you can't do your iniquities anymore. No more drinking. No more smoking. No more. And you know what? Over there in Babylon, they giving out free crack pipes and stuff like that, and all kinds of drugs and paraphernalia. Right? They doing it to knock off people, knock off the weak. You can't put these people. Listen, you can't save those people who are strung out. Don't get them all strung, wherever they are. Wherever they are. Right? No more drinking. And think about the control that comes with this. Oh, you have too much vegetables for the day. I'm sorry. I won't allow you to purchase it. Come on now.
Comparison with other models. There are a number of other cryptocurrencies that are similar to WorldCoin. Some of the most popular include Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. The future of WorldCoin. I believe that WorldCoin has the potential to change the world. It could help to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor and create a more...
Now, only an idiot will believe this. You know why? When has the when has the rich ever wanted to bridge a gap? I mean, brothers and sisters, they think we're stupid. And I don't want my heaven on this dirty planet. I'm going to wait for the next one. You can have this. I don't want it.
Equitable and just world. I'm excited to see how WorldCoin develops in the future. Thank you for watching. Hope you found...
And you want to know a just world? A just world will be when all those people, those politicians in power, go home and just stop being seen on TV and give up their job to the common person. So the common person can think about, because they'll think about everyone else. Boy, stop. One moment. I got videos for y'all now. Don't play. We got some stuff for sure. Gotta look for this one. See. One moment, please.
The man who invented ChatGPT is out to dominate the globe with WorldCoin, and you need to know about it. Sam Altman launches OpenAI in 2015 and goes on to bring us the infamous ChatGPT. As Sam realizes that the future of photo, video, identities, and security are threatened by his creation, he sees a massive opportunity to upend the entire global system. In 2019, Sam launches WorldCoin. WorldCoin is setting out as we speak to create an entirely new global identification system using a biometric iris scanner to capture your eye to distinguish the real you from AI. This serves as your new World ID, your globalized digital passport. Sam's goal? Digitally control, monitor, and protect the identities of all 8 billion people on Earth. Use their cryptocurrency, WorldCoin, as a new monetary standard and conduct all commerce through their free digital platform. 2 million members have already been cataloged to date. They're adding tens of thousands every day, and this week they left beta and are live to the public. What do you think? Does this fix the issues created by ChatGPT, or is this the greatest power grab in world history?
Now, this man created ChatGPT, the AI system that you see all over now. But how come no one's talking about who this demon is? Now, this is the OpenAI. This is his website. He created all this stuff. It's ugly. And neither am I going to go tit for tat from this. But obviously, like I said, it was created in 2015. They started this in 2019 and just officially launched. So during the you know what, they was preparing for this. Yes, it's time. Something else is going to occur. Why? Because what is his name? His name is what? Sam Altman. Look at this. Watch this. Watch this. Who's that? Sam Altman. World Economic Forum. Gotcha. When they say it's happening, it's happening. Chief Executive Officer of OpenAI. So my question for you, and this is worldforum.org website, my question for you is, are you prepared? Because they said it's time. Now, the last time, and poor people, right? Everyone's still looking at a virus and all kinds of stuff. You didn't totally miss the point. You didn't totally miss the point. I ain't saying to take it because I wasn't taking nothing. You shouldn't take it either. Hopefully y'all didn't. But the point was that it segues in one thing to another, to another. It's like a spider web, to the point that you can't even realize, if you're not with the Most High, if you're not operating from the Bible, that when you're finally there, it's a trap. World, Now, you know who's in charge of World Economic Forum, right? Klaus Schwab, right? The one who made all the laws and all the things for what? For the you know what, and was working with the who, the you know who, right? Right? It's time. 2023. That means, brothers and sisters, either by the fall or the winter, and we see they love to operate in winter. Christ told us, pray that your flight not be in winter. That means your trial and tribulation, or should you have to flee somewhere. That means every time they do something, it's going to be around winter time. I told you first. I told you if no one told you. Why do you think all the money have been falling all in the summer, right? All in the springtime, right? Everything been falling, 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 falling. Real quick, Matthew 16. I'm blowing the trumpet, saying, hey, brothers and sisters, you better be ready because they're saying it's time. That means something is coming. I don't care if they say they got 2 million subscribers or 2 billion. They don't give a crap who is going to put their eye there. They look at those people as loyalists. They're like loyal to the cause. But they will get every single person they want, and they will get everyone who's not in the book of life. I The Bible says so. I don't even have to guarantee you. The Bible says so. Matthew 16:24. For those of you who may be new, we say Yeshua because Yeshua is the Savior, okay, the deliverer, the Savior. Then said Yeshua unto his disciples, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it. For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Now, brothers and sisters, they sitting there, right? They taking they taking an image of your eyes, the image, they taking the image of the inside of your brain. We don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand this. The darn orb is bigger than your head, and then they want you to hold your eyeball open like you putting in some demonic lenses, because that was also a part as well. I don't know if anyone knew, but the not the lenses, but the what is the contacts, because they put microchips in the man, never mind, because that's why the contacts dry up. Right? That's why your contacts need drops, because they microchips, because your eyeballs never dry up, do they? Do they? So if it was to go actually on your eye, how could it dry up if your eyes don't dry up? Oh, because it's a micro. Never mind now. But anywho, so you mean to tell me people are going to stand in lines? 2 million people so far worldwide. Christ said, if you will save your life, you will lose it. Now, to a lot of people whose faith is weak, I want you to understand it doesn't have to be weak. But in order to have strong faith, you must be mentally strong. You must be strong spiritually because we operate in faith knowing that something good is at the end of this. Those of little faith don't understand what's at the end. They may be thinking a rapture is coming, but Christ, the rapture, completely contradicts Christ because Christ said, endure until the end. He who endures to the end, the same shall be saved. He did say that angels would gather during the harvest. He'll put the wheat in the barn and burn up the tares, but that's not a rapture either. That's the world being set on fire. And only the heavens, only Christ and his army can save us. But if you don't read, and I always urge people, read the Gospels, read the Gospels, read the God. You know why? Because you can sit there and read prophecy all day long and still go to hell. But until you know your Savior, excuse me, that's exactly where you will go. I can know all the conspiracy theories, so called. I can know about all the finances. I can know about all the medical processes of the you know what. And you can still go to hell. You still will unless you understand Christ's ways. Didn't he say that in the scripture? Many shall come and say, Lord, Lord. You're going to say, I read your Bible sometimes. You're going to say, I gave to the poor sometimes. You're going to say, I went to church sometimes. And he's going to say, did you do my father's will? And you're going to look at him like, I thought going to church was his will. So you mean to tell me, Christ is going to say, you're only going to live for the Father on one day of the week, and you're going to think you're going to get into the kingdom? Listen here. I'm going to need you to come to reality. I'm going to need you to come to reality. It says, Christ said, for whosoever will save his life shall lose it. Now, anyone who is worried about the financial system, remember, this is also an indication, Christ saying that Satan is going to come and play your hero. He's going to come and save the day, so to speak. He creates the problem. What did they say? The big term from the powers that be, order out of chaos. They're going to create the chaos and then be the hand that provides the solution. And so that solution will cause you your life. I promise you. WorldCoin is a part of it. WorldCoin is a part of it. Christ said, what does a man profit? What will it profit you at the end of the day? I mean, you should have learned. And listen. Now we know that jab, right, was of the devil. They got that graphene and all that stuff, and people dropping out like flies. That's a part of the beast system. Okay, we know this. But there's more to it, like a financial system under Satan, which will be the world coin, and amongst other things, there's got to be the chip in the hand, right? They've made people magnetic and different things of that nature with that jab, right? Got to understand where this is going. Now, all those people who took that jab, what happened? They feel stupid now because it's over. That's what they think. It's not over. It's not over. It was just a trial and error, like I said. So people for the time through those years, just a trial and error. Stay strong, move around. Second Ezra 16:40 says you got to be pilgrims. Hey, you're not going to be staying in one place until Christ comes. You're going to have to move around. But what shall a man gain and lose to lose a soul? What can you give to exchange your soul? Now, I want to share this with you, right? So we're seeing that he's a part of the world economy. Yes? Now, you haven't heard that he's a part of this because of why? Because did anyone know that for the past 2, 3 years, all the crypto billionaires have been being killed? So anyone who is an opponent to this man, they've all been killed. All these men have been killed. All those men have been killed. And one was just recently killed and put in several different suitcases. A few months ago, another man was killed in, I think, San Francisco. He was stabbed to death. It was like outside of his like $1,000 home. Does that doesn't even make sense? That doesn't even make listen. And I think they hired his brother to do it. Come on now. Come on now. We know the truth. No, I know. This is crazy, right? I know. But it only gets crazier because they want things to go a bit further. So, welcome to the WorldCoin website. Welcome. This is the website. Now, I want you to check this out. Not going to read all of it. It's here. It says the WorldCoin intended to be the world's largest, most inclusive identity and financial public utility. Financial. Bingo. Bingo. The World Coin Protocol currently consists of World ID, a privacy preserving digital identity designed to help solve important identity based challenges, including proving an individual's unique personhood. World Token, WLD, where laws allow the first digital currency to be freely distributed to people for just being a unique human. UBI. You need some money? Here you go. Just because you're human. It starts with the soft law, by the way. And then World App. It's the first World ID compatible app and developed and operated by Tools for Humanity that enables payment, purchases, and transfers globally using digital assets and fiat backed stable coins. This is Satan's coin. Welcome to the world where most people don't care to know. Now you're like, okay, maybe I'm far-fetched. This is WorldCoin again, introducing more than 3 years ago. We founded WorldCoin with the ambition of creating a new identity and financial network owned by everyone. Huh? The rollout begins today. If successful, you mean, wait. If successful, your World Economic Forum. Don't play words with me. I know this will be successful. You're a part of this. I'm not stupid. We believe WorldCoin could drastically increase economic opportunities, scale a reliable solution for distinguishing humans from AI online while preserving privacy, enable global democratic processes, and eventually show a potential path to AI funded universal basic income. That's right. They're going to have the artificial intelligence give you universal basic income. I mean, what can go wrong? What can go wrong? WorldCoin consists of a privacy preserving digital identity called World ID. World ID. And where law allows a digital currency received simply for being human. We hope that where the rules are less clear, such as in the US, steps will be taken so more people can benefit from both. You can now download the World app, the first protocol compatible wallet, and reserve your share. After visiting an orb, a biometric verification device, you will receive a World ID. You want to receive one? What will you do for your soul? What will you do to get into the kingdom? Because you better start thinking quickly. It says this lets you prove you are a real and unique person online while remaining completely private. I'm going to keep saying that the devil is a liar. As the global distribution of orbs is ramping up, as the global distribution is ramping up, you can find the closest one and book time to be verified with World app and at worldcoin.org. WorldCoin is an attempt at a global scale alignment. The journey will be challenging and the outcome is certain. I know they put uncertain in there, but we know where this is going. I'm no idiot. But finding new ways to broadly share the coming technological prosperity is a critical challenge of our time. We hope you will join us. I'm not joining you for nothing. Let's check out the website further. Okay. So I share some things here, and then look what it says. Okay. New identity and financial network. Founded with the mission of creating globally exclusive identity and financial network owned by the majority of humanity. If successful, WorldCoin could considerably increase economic opportunities, scale reliable solution for distinguishing humans from AI online, blah, blah, blah. They already talked about this, right? And now they keep pumping out the same stuff. Next stanza, paragraph says WorldCoin consists of a privacy preserving digital identity network, World ID, built on proof of personhood and where allows a digital currency, WLD, every human is eligible for a share of WLD simply for being human. World ID and WLD are currently complemented by World App, the first confronted to World ID and the WorldCoin protocol, right? Proof of personhood is one of the core ideas behind WorldCoin and refers to establishing an individual as both human and unique. Once established, it gives the individual the ability to assert they are a real person and different from another real person without having to reveal their real world identity. Today, proof of personhood is an unsolved problem on a global scale, making it difficult to vote online. And they put that voting because of stupid people still thinking about voting. This is the dumbest thing. If you, I said it before, didn't I? I said it before. You still talk about voting. You're stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. Because whoever you place in as a prime minister or a leader or president, chancellor, whatever, they're going to implement this. It doesn't matter. And you're a fool if you think other words. It's stupid. And for example, right? Over there in Babylon, you see all the people like Trump. Yeah, Trump, right? Well, Trump is the one who passed the law to make the vaccine over there. You dummy. And they sitting there thinking is 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 Joe Blow over there who can what tripping everywhere he go, which that's an act too. But come on, everyone know the previous president's laws go to the next one. Listen, listen here. Poor people, they just falling for anything, right? All right. So, or distribute value on a large scale, whatever that means. The problem is even more pressing as increasingly powerful AI models will further amplify the difficulty of distinguishing humans from bots. So, they're also telling us that you need to be ready because AI is alive and well. We need a system where we can distinguish because we just want to kill all of y'all. We don't want to kill what we created. We just want to kill y'all. Help us identify and track you, please. It says if successful as a part of WorldCoin, World ID could become a global proof of personhood standard. See, it's going to happen. Proof of personhood is a missing and necessary digital primitive. This primitive will become more important as increasingly powerful AI models become available. Scalable and inclusive proof of personhood for the first time allows aligning the incentives of all network participants around adding real humans to the network, meaning you can add your family. No, as long as your family then open up their pupils and put they sockets there, you can get them up there too. All right, one phone. It's like a family plan. You know, have mercy, man. These people are crazy. It says Bitcoin is issued to secure the Bitcoin network. WorldCoin is issued to grow the WorldCoin network with security inherited from Ethereum. So it will take other forms of cryptocurrency. In a time of increasingly powerful AI, the most reliable way to issue a global proof of personhood is through custom biometric hardware. Huh? Say what? Say what? It enables users to verify their humanness online. Now, I ain't gonna read this any further, but I'll put this in the link. Okay. Now, let's check out the rest of this devil worshiping organization. Click down here at worldcoin.org. And it'll tell you for every human how many people have signed up already. That's how many people. Now, I did watch this man, this demon, I mean, speak. It says every 18 seconds, someone is applying. Someone is scanning their eyeballs. Showing you where we go. See, it says 5 days since launch. They already got look at these numbers going up now. Okay. We started at 276. I mean, they're gonna keep going. This is, brothers and sisters, I'm letting you know. It says countries with verified World ID users. That's 120 countries. This is it. Okay. This is it. I want y'all to know. This is it. And it's going to happen faster than you and I know. All right. Now, World ID. World ID is a digital passport. So now you need to know. WorldCoin plus World ID all in one. Digital passport that lets you prove you are a unique and real person while remaining anonymous. That that just sounds stupid. How can you remain anonymous while proving yourself? Huh? Do they think we're dumb? They think most people are. I ain't watched this video. Let's see what this video is here.
WorldCoin has launched, and that includes World ID, a privacy-preserving digital identity that allows you to prove you are a real and unique human in the age of AI. World ID allows you to identify between humans and AI online, as well as sign in with different partners while keeping your identity private. To start, simply download World app. To sign up, just find the nearest orb right on the app. You can even book a guaranteed time to visit. And if there's not an orb around yet, there'll likely be one soon. A more human internet starts today, and everyone gets to play a part just for being human.
They can keep that demonic trash. I don't want it. They can have it. Take it back. I don't want it. Get away from me. Right here, you can click download. This is what it looks like. It's got the crypto. It even got, like I told you, like it shared, it got your money, but you ain't got no bank account. Huh? Does that even, what is this? Someone tell me. Have mercy. Have mercy. What would you do for your soul? Huh? What would you do, brothers and sisters, for your soul? Because you know where this is leading to? This is leading to, I'm going to show you, hold on. This is leading to this. Now, every video I'm going to show you was this year except for one, and that's going to be at the end. Okay? Every video I show is of this year, and more so specifically within like the past 3 months. Fair use.
Soon you will be able to pay for groceries at every Whole Foods in the US with just a swipe of your hand. Amazon says that the pay by palm technology will be at all of those stores nationwide by the end of the year. Customers just have to.
This one was a few days ago.
To pay. This method is already being used at 200 Whole Foods locations across 20 states, and you can also find it in other places, stores like Panera Bread. Hardware editor at TechCrunch, Brian Heater, joins us now. Brian, let's just start off. Tell us how this technology works.
Sure. So in terms of the actual enrollment process, the first time you go to one of these Amazon One locations, you wave your hand over it that will enroll you in the program, and then you associate that with a credit card that you have on file. In terms of the actual underlying technology behind it, it's not actually getting a read of the palm itself, which I think is what most people expect. It's actually taking a look at the vein patterns underneath your hands, which Amazon is effectively saying is a way to do this kind of biometric identification without actually giving any identifying information away.
That's fascinating. I mean, I think
Liar.
everybody who hears this story immediately goes to questions about safety, privacy, the data that's being collected. Amazon has been criticized in the past for some of the data that they collect and whether they have properly notified consumers about that. What safeguards is Amazon taking?
Sure. Well, the primary one is all of this is going through Amazon's cloud servers. So this is encrypted information. Amazon has generally done a good job of protecting privacy through.
It look like you don't even want to say that.
I think one of sort of their concerns around this specifically
You say it.
is that
It's a
unlike
beast system.
data that you're giving on your phone, for example, that's stored locally.
Now, if anyone who has ever traveled from their home country, okay, you've seen this in airports. They make you do this sometimes in airports. Sometimes it's your passport, sometimes it's your hand. My question is, why do you have to do the same thing for an airport at a grocery store? You still think this is just, a coincidence?
On the device itself, but this is going up into the cloud. So like,
I mean, in Babylon, the economy is falling apart as well, and they are, instead of like trying to make new systems of their money, uh, shouldn't they be trying to boost their economy rather than
theoretically, somebody could potentially grab that data, but
yeah, by chopping your hand off.
It's intensely difficult.
Imagine chopping your hand off and throwing you in the ocean, and then living in your house because they have your hand and your fingers. So now they can pay your bills and stay in your home. Come on.
All right, very interesting stuff. Brian Heater, thanks.
Very devilish stuff. And this is just one step away, brothers and sisters. I want to share with you, okay? One step away from AKA body modification. Now, you're sitting there like, oh no. People putting injectable demonic stuff in their hand. They opening up their skin. Look, sick, man. But this is where it's going to end up going. This is where it's going to end up going. That's a female too, by the way. These people are crazy. And when that happens, I'm going to tell you this. When that happens, you will see everyone lined up just like this. Now, what they saying must be true. Now look, they're gonna go and bow to this orb, this god. See that? Now, apparently, this was Kenya. I don't know if that's true, but this is somewhere, and people is bowing to put they. Come on now, it looked like someone's grandma doing a full bow to their god. I mean, these people gonna worship this thing. I'm telling you, They're going to have this all over. They, they're going to have it all over, brothers and sisters. Now, we're going to take a journey real quick. Let's take a journey, and we're going to go into the martyrdom we're going to go into the martyrdom of Isaiah. And I think that is volume 2 of the pseudographia. Okay. Now, how would we get to this point in the world? I want to share this with you all. Okay. How would we get to this point? And this is chapter 3. All right. I'm reading from verse 21. Right. It reads, and afterwards, at his approach, his disciples will abandon the teaching of the 12 apostles and their faith and their love and their purity. And there will be much contention at his coming. Who's coming? That's Christ. And at his approach. And in those days, there will be many who will love office, which means they want a position in churches, although they lack wisdom. And there will be many wicked leaders and shepherds who wrong their sheep. Wow. And they will be rapacious because they do not have the holy shepherds. And many will exchange the glory of the robes of the saints for the robes of those who love money. I mean, we saw it, right? You had pastors telling people to get the jib jab, in their churches. You have pastors who turn their churches into strip clubs. They exchange the robe that you were supposed to get from Christ to the robe of loving money. And there will be much respect of persons in those days. Ooh, see that? You're not supposed to have respect of persons. And the lovers of the glory of this world, and there will be many slanders and much vainglory at the approach of the Lord, and the Holy Spirit will withdraw from many, not some, many. And in those days there will not be many prophets, nor those who speak reliable words, except one here or and there in different places, because the spirit of error and of fornication and of vainglory and of the love of money, which there will be among those who are said to be the servants of that one, and among those who receive that one. Now, watch this. Isaiah is prophesying about how corrupt believers are as they wait for Christ. Isaiah is also prophesying that if you want to know someone who is of the Most High, who's under the spirit of righteousness, make sure they don't follow the lifestyle of the spirit of error, which is these things. They will teach about the love of money, vainglory, fornication, things of the flesh. And I know you may say, well, aren't we supposed to expose the flesh? Yes. Trust me. You will know what I'm referring to if you've seen it. And notice how what? The servants of the Most High, the prophets of the Most High, they speak reliable words, and they're here and there. They're not everywhere. There's few. As the Bible said, many are called, few are chosen. But one thing is for sure, they would always teach you to walk the straight and narrow so you can enter into the kingdom. The others won't. I've always said this, and I'm staying to it. Those you can't teach where you're not going. You can't teach about the kingdom if you don't know how to get there. I believe that with all my heart. You can't teach where you're not going. The Most High would never allow it. Why do you think the scribes and Pharisees didn't teach about the kingdom? They taught about the law, right? Because they wanted glory. You're going to pay me. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. You can't teach where you're not going. Why do you think the pastors always focus on Paul? You can't teach who you don't follow. You don't follow Christ, how are you going to teach him? How are you going to teach about him, right? Those who stuck in the Torah, no wonder why they hate Christ. You can't teach who you don't follow. They stuck on Moses, they can't teach Christ. Neither would they. They can't teach about the prophecies because the prophecies are all, prove me wrong, the prophecies of the prophets are all tied to Christ. That's why they don't even teach prophecy properly. That's why they don't even teach prophecy properly. And it says, and among the shepherds and the elders, there will be great hatred towards one another. For there will be a great jealousy in the last days, for everyone will speak whatever pleases him in his own eyes. I told you, stay away from that opinions. Didn't I say that? I've been saying this for a while, right? Opinions are stupid and they go nowhere and they're going to get you nowhere. And they will make ineffective the prophecy of the they will make ineffective the prophecy of the prophets who were before me, and my visions also. They will make ineffective in order that they may speak what bursts out of their heart. Any leader who's not intertwined with Christ and the prophecies, they're a devil. I said it. And I didn't even say it. Isaiah said it. Didn't I say that? All the prophets are intertwined with Christ. Christ is intertwined with his sheep, right? His sheep will speak of him, right? Isn't that what Christ said? They hear my voice. They see that I've gone that way to lead them. Hmm. Hmm. No one paying attention. All right, the book of Enoch. This is also book 1. Volume 1, I should say, pseudographia, right? And this is book 1 here. All right. And we're going chapter 96 and 97. Excuse me. Bear with me as I get there, brothers and sisters. Thank you. Here we go. All righty. So amongst all this evil that's being that the world is being segued into and prepared for, I want to give some words of the prophets, the men of the Most High. This is Enoch. The title of this section is called The Sorrowful End of Sinners, Oppressors, and the Rich, and More Woes to Them. Now it reads, Be confident, you righteous ones, for the sinners are due for a shame. Isn't that what it said in Ezekiel? They're going to receive their shame. They shall perish on the day of the judgment of oppression, or on the day of oppression. Take for granted this indisputable matter, for the Most High shall record your destruction for you, O sinners, and the angels of heaven shall rejoice over your destruction. What do you intend to do, you sinners? Whither will you flee on that day of judgment, when you hear the sound of the prayer of the righteous ones? In respect to your lot, you shall become like them, the ones against whom you shall become witnesses. Such is the fact. You have become bedfellows with sinners. In those days, the prayers of the righteous one shall reach unto the Lord. But for all of you, your days shall arrive. He shall read aloud regarding every aspect of your mischief in the presence of the great Holy One. Then your faces shall be covered with shame. We just read that in Ezekiel. And he will cast out every deed which is built upon oppression. It says every deed that is cast upon oppression. And I just spoke about this, right? Just because you think life isn't oppressive, that's not what the Most High thinks, right? It says, woe unto you, sinners, who are in the midst of the sea and on the dry land, whose records are both evil and against you. Woe unto you who gain silver and gold by unjust means. You will then say, we have grown rich and accumulated goods. We have acquired everything that we have desired. So now let us do whatever we like. For we have gathered silver, we have filled our treasures with money like water, and many are the laborers in our houses. Your lies flow like water, your wealth shall not endure, but it shall take off from you quickly, for you have acquired it all unjustly, and you shall be given over to a great curse. So all those who are, and I wanted to share this because all those who are intertwined to money and love it, they will be judged harshly. Now, I was praying and I was like, man, Most High, what's a good scripture I can end this with? You're gonna see, and it's gonna blow your mind. Okay. So now we're having a life of what? A life where the churches are corrupted, the leaders are corrupted, just like the Most High is saying, right? Now, let's see where it then goes. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to read pseudo slides. Okay. This is in book 2. All right. The Pseudographia 2. Okay. It's right here. If you're reading in person, 565. Right before the Menander, the Syriac Menander. Love that book too, by the way. 565 already. Bear with me. Thank you for your patience, everyone. All right. So this is the pseudo Phioclides, and this is verse 42, okay, through 47. Look what it talks about money. It reads, title, Love of Money and Its Consequences. And tell me that this isn't true to this day. The love of money is the mother of all evil. Gold and silver are always a lure for men. Gold, originator of evil, destroyer of life, crushing all things, would that you were not a desirable calamity to mortals? For your sake, there are battles and plunderings and murders, and children become the enemies of their parents, and brothers the enemies of their kinsmen. Prove me wrong. Was there any lies there? So now my question is, brothers and sisters, how far does this go when everyone has universal basic income? When all these people are participating in the beast system, where does this go? I mean, they corrupted for money, right? I mean, and then look what the scriptures say, Matthew 10:36. Christ said, a man's foe shall be of his own household. Due to what? Money. I mean, how many times did you see murder suicides during that time of the lockdowns? People's killing their family because the lack of money. I've always said this, right? And I truly believe this. If people are outside of the Most High, those families were killing off each other because the families don't know each other. You have the father who leaves for work, the mother who leaves for work, the children go to school, they come back at 5. The home is just a resting spot. There's no such thing as family. Maybe you born them, but you don't know your children. Your children don't know you, right? And so what? You're stuck because the world's telling you have to sit in some place and you're fighting because of what? You don't know each other. The children are dealing with you, a person they didn't know much of, because the work you has now transferred at your home. The kids, you're now seeing how bad they are or how disrespectful they are because you don't know your children and they act differently outside of the home too. And so you get all these, and I'm just giving a basic, husband, wife, son, daughter. Then you get 4 people in a home whose behaviors are totally different from when they're in the home for what? What you get home maybe at 5, 6, 7 o'clock, right? Maybe you'll eat dinner together, maybe, and watching TV or spending family time. Yeah, right. That's not a likely thing in today's world. Yeah. And that's how you get foes in your own household. Behavior, mentality. You had kids crying on, and I will say, you had kids crying on TikTok, recording their parents, telling them to take the you know what. I remember seeing that. I'm not a fan of TikTok, but hey, I do remember seeing that. You put people in homes together, they don't know each other. You just know them because they were born. You know them that you because of taxes. That in Babylon they get taxes. That's all the time they care about the children. They get taxes, maybe a cookout or something or a holiday when they getting paid vacation, and that's it. I'm convinced. But this is how you make foes of your own household. And then what principles are the mother and the father teaching them to serve the Most High, right? So now you come home from work, you're too tired to teach your child anything. When that's your number one job, screw those bills. Your job is to care for the soul of your child, right? Because if you are a failure as a parent, well, you're a failure as well. Which means what? Until your child reaches the age of accountability, you're in charge of their soul. Which means what? If you do bad at parenting until the age of accountability, you're going to go with them. And then let's not even talk about, after the age of accountability, because then that's also a representation of what the parents did or did not teach them, right? But anywho, this is what Christ said. Now, where does this go? Forget about the 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 um family schematics, so to speak. Where does this go from WorldCoin to digital ID? Where does this go? Fair use.
Now, Gutenberg printed the Bible in the middle of the 15th century. The printing press printed as many copies of the Bible as Gutenberg instructed it, but it did not create a single new page. It had no ideas of its own about the Bible. Is it good? Is it bad? How to interpret this? How to interpret that? AI can create new ideas, can even write a new Bible. We, throughout history, religions dreamt about having a book written by a superhuman intelligence, by a non-human entity. Every religion claims our book, all the other books of the other religions, humans wrote them. But our book, no. It came from some superhuman intelligence. In a few years, there might be religions that are actually correct. That just think about a religion whose holy book is written by an AI.
You heard it right. You heard it right. You heard it right. A religion, a holy book, and they even call that in Arabic. They call the Bible the Kitab. They just call it a book of holiness, right? So when you hear this term holy book, they ain't referring to no Quran. They referring to the Bible. They just know not to call, they like to disrespect the Bible, but they call it a holy book, right? You see where this is going? Because they said AI, follow me now, AI is going to fund and give the basic income on the WorldCoin system. Okay. But AI is also going to create new religions. So
that could be a reality in a few years.
Few years. You hear this, demon? And my question is this, right? Why is a man who is a professed sodomite married to a man, why is he talking about God? Why is he talking about religion? I don't understand. Fair use.
Artificial intelligence, AI, the technology that allows a computer to think like a human. And it's everywhere you look. Online shopping, virtual assistants like Siri and Alexa. Welcome to the Church of England. But as AI gets smarter and smarter, how will it affect religion?
Well, AI helps people get closer to their spirituality.
Different faiths are starting to use it. Robots can deliver sermons, give advice, Santo, does God exist, and pray with you.
It's a bit like Catholic Alexa,
but could it be dangerous?
For some people, that's a concern that we are stepping into God's shoes.
Or even sacrilegious?
The robot will never replace a rabbi because he has no soul.
As every major global faith is discussing its relationship with AI, we want to find out if it will transform religion.
Now watch this now. Check this out.
This Buddhist temple is more than 400 years old. And inside is a robot. It's designed to look like Hammond, the goddess of mercy. It's called...
Come on now. This is
neither
crazy.
man nor woman. It's made of aluminium. Its hands, shoulders, and face are covered in silicone to resemble human skin. Monk Goto thinks this robot can teach people the true essence of Buddhism.
この部分はロボットの方が優れてます。私は死んだらもうそこで、だけどね、ロボットはね、一番いい方法をずっと考えながら AI で考えながら進化させていくことができる。これは優れたものですね。ロボットは死ぬことがない。
These university students have come to see Minder for the first time. A whole sermon delivered by a robot.
最初の印象は正直、っていうその中になんか心があるのかなっていうぐらい実在してるのかなって。アンドロイドは若い人たちに
People out of their mind.
を伝えていける。
So just in case you didn't think it was happening, it's happening.
Not everyone felt at ease with it.
機械の声っていう感じがして。
私はAndroid 関連の説法を聞いて実際手を合わすっていう気には少しならなかったんですけど、なぜならなかったかというと、多分私自身にもその囚われがあって。
Should we automate spirituality? Isn't it a bit sacrilegious?
それは冒涜でも何でもないです。それがね、徐々であろうが、あれであろうが、やっぱ他の宗教にも変化を与えるだろうな、私は思っております。
Is Monk Goto right? Will other religions be as open to robots and AI? Here in Poland, Catholicism is the predominant faith. Gabriele Trovato has been building this for the past year, and it's almost ready. Its name is Santo. Gabriele says this is the first ever Catholic robot.
It was clear to me last year during the lockdown when...
during the lockdown.
So in this sense, a machine like Santo can give a hand.
Are you proud of Santo?
Yes, it's my son. It's my baby.
Santo is programmed with 2,000 years of knowledge about the Catholic faith. He's ready to meet worshippers for the first time.
My name is Santo. What brings you here on this beautiful day?
Santo, is there a heaven?
It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for someone rich to enter the kingdom of God.
So it wouldn't answer my question directly about whether there is a heaven, but it did reply with a verse of the Bible that I thought was quite relevant.
Dzień dobry, Santo. Nasze bliskie, które są w niebie.
What did you make of it?
Byłam sceptycznie tak nastawiona do robota, że nie do końca mi...
Doesn't matter the age or gender.
Czasami nam pomaga swoje myślenie.
A robot can help direct us in the right path. You know, tell me you worship Satan without saying it. But they, brothers and sisters, they getting you thinking this is they saying 2050 and all that? No, it's now. It's now.
Skierować na właściwe tory.
I think it is impressive. It's a bit like Catholic Alexa.
Do you think that it gave you a satisfying answer?
Well, I think that's the problem with artificial intelligence, that sometimes those answers are very vague. You're not asking where the closest restaurant is. You're asking about spiritual things. So he's helping you finding the own answer.
But not everyone is sold on Santo.
Would you?
He's stressed.
He knows what he's talking about.
People here have mixed feelings about the robot. Most of them said they prefer a human priest, but they were surprisingly open-minded. One of them said anything that brings you closer to God is a good thing. Where did you...
Yeah, and you hear people like this, stay far away from them. Because no, that is not true. All things are expedient, but not everything is expedient, right? That's what Paul said.
That's the inspiration to start building Santo?
Looking at my grandmother's house, she keeps a lot of icons and small statues that are commonly used for praying. And I realized that if these statues could talk back, then they would make her company.
So Santo is meant as a prayer companion, not as a priest replacement. He's not as high-tech as Minder from Japan, but because he's built to look like a statue of a Catholic saint, people find him more familiar.
Santo, tell me about resurrection, please.
Let us pray.
Yes, I think we can use the robot or artificial intelligence to help understand the Christian teaching, not to replace the priest, because it has no soul. It is not person.
And this is important. In the Catholic faith, a priest is in persona Christi. It means that he acts in the place of Christ.
Liar.
What do you think about robots?
Lies,
marrying
lies,
a couple
lies.
in a church?
Marrying
Yeah, like a priest.
a couple, like a priest? It's impossible. The robot gives you the blessing. It's not the same.
Gabriele thinks that robots like his can play a big role in religion. And it's already happening in many faiths. Apps that help Muslims pray have been downloaded by hundreds of millions. The Vatican has launched a smart rosary bracelet that tracks your prayers. Alexa is linked up with
Tracking your man.
Church of England. Alexa, what is God? Christians believe that God is the source of all being. From the Church of England to the catwalks of Paris. Leon is a model from America. She's just appeared at Paris Fashion Week. But there's something else she's working on. She's developed Robo Rabbi, an algorithm that helps you be the best version of yourself.
Inspired by my interpretation of your parsha, I will create your challenge.
The Robo Rabbi uses artificial intelligence to answer questions and to give people a personalized daily challenge by sending you a text message.
What Robo Rabbi does is it makes the tech right in your home. You wake up with a text, it pushes you towards being your best self more than seeking out a rabbi from people who maybe wouldn't do that otherwise. I think it makes religion maybe more accessible, more integrated into everyday life rather than being this separate thing that you have to go seek out. It's seeking you.
She's been trying it out on her family.
Have you done the Robo Rabbi challenge?
I did. I actually signed up along with my grandma, and my favorite one was it challenged me to turn my phone off for an hour, which for me is very difficult. Now that I've done it, I can definitely see the value, and I can see, tagging friends on social media to participate and pass it along.
So could an algorithm and a rabbi work together?
We created it because we were really interested in using AI for good. So it helps people be their best selves rather than using AI to like make money online. So would you like to see how it works?
Sure, let's try.
And this is your first challenge, to talk to a person today that you would normally not talk to.
Very nice challenge.
I think an AI could be an equal, and it could work with the human rabbi as an equal rather than a tool, but you don't think that?
I'm sure not.
You're sure? Okay.
What did you make of Robo Rabbi?
It's a very good thing to use technology to improve the spirituality, to help people to do good things. We bless in that.
I want y'all to peep. This is a temple for the Rothschilds, by the way. You gotta always pay attention to the detail, boy. We know who the Rothschilds is, right? But never mind.
Aren't you afraid you might be out of a job?
No, this for sure not. The robot will never replace a rabbi because he has no soul.
Could AI be dangerous?
Neither do the Rothschilds.
A big danger in the AI is if the AI is becoming crazy, and this one of the biggest danger. The machine is controlling the human and the religion. I don't think it's what God wants.
So what we found talking to people from different faiths, different countries, different continents, is that AI can enrich religion as long as we don't let it replace interaction with humans. But is there a danger that people could place too much faith in artificial intelligence, or even that science fiction becomes reality? Can we start worshipping machines?
I think there's a danger in assuming that artificial intelligence has super agency, that it is in fact making beneficial decisions on our behalf intentionally because it wants to. So we've got to be careful we don't trust AI too soon.
Do you think that is happening though, to some people?
Absolutely. I don't necessarily think that people are having real religious experiences when they say they feel blessed by the algorithm, but it's a way of talking, a metaphor that inherently
blessed by the algorithm.
supremacy over their lives.
That's crazy.
And that's bad because
sometimes machines give the wrong answer. AI can quite frequently be artificially stupid rather than artificially intelligent.
Most faith communities are only at the beginning of discussing AI and robots. But whether we like it or not, this technology is here to stay. And with many religions contemplating it or developing tools and techniques based on it, it could change the way we worship.
Meaning it will change. Hold that thought, brothers and sisters. One moment, please. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for that brief pause. All right, here we go. Check this out.
Get ready to witness the revolution that's about to unfold in the world of robotics. Today, we have an incredible story that will lead you in awe. We're here to discuss a startup that surpassed Elon Musk's Tesla with its AI-powered humanoid robots. So grab your popcorn, sit back, and get ready to have your mind blown as we dive into the fascinating world of Eve, the brainchild of the robotic startup 1X, fueled by the mighty OpenAI. But first, let's meet the star of the show, Eve, the revolutionary humanoid robot. Eve has been making waves since its successful activations across Europe and the United States earlier this year.
That's right. AI named Eve. Oh, I was joking. You thought this was a game? They're looking to change the Most High. And forget all the other religions. I don't hear them making AI about Muhammad and all them other people. They looking to change the ways of the Most High in the Bible.
And let me tell you, this robot is not messing around. Picture this, a humanoid head, a face that looks eerily human, and arms that move all on their own. That's Eve for you. It seamlessly integrates into professional environments, working alongside human counterparts to ensure top-notch security. But here's the jaw-dropping part, Eve's hands. These robotic hands are like something out of a sci-fi movie. They can open doors and windows and manipulate objects with incredible finesse. Trust me, you won't find anything like this anywhere else in the world of robotics. And let me tell you, Eve's potential goes way beyond security roles. Kurt Borman, the visionary CEO of 1X, believes that Eve and similar robots could be the answer to labor shortages. Imagine a future where these humanoid robots take over tasks traditionally performed by humans, making labor deficits a thing of the past.
Y'all remember that movie Bruce Willis was in, The Surrogate or something like that, right? Where they had the person sitting in the chair and then they had their fake version of them out doing their jobs.
And that's not all. Orange is optimistic about deploying these robots in elderly care within the next 5 to 10 years, aligning with OpenAI's own predictions. Now, if you thought that was impressive, get ready for this. Eve has an LED face that can show reactions and communicate with its operators. It's like the robot has its own personality. This face not only adds a touch of humanity to Eve, but also enhances communication, making it even easier to interact with this extraordinary machine. And we can't forget about Tesla. During a recent shareholder meeting, Elon Musk himself spilled the beans on their humanoid robot program, Optimus. These robots were spotted gliding through Tesla's facilities, showing off their sleek moves. Musk firmly believes in their immense potential, envisioning a future where there might be 2 robots for every human on the planet. One of the things that truly sets Eve apart is its ability to learn and improve without constant human intervention continuously. Every action performed by Eve contributes to its system training, allowing the robot to enhance its task execution autonomously. It's like having a robot that can adapt and get better at what it does with every passing day. Thanks to OpenAI Startup Fund, which granted 1X a whopping $23.5 million, they're not just building robots, but also developing sophisticated language models that enhance their understanding and execution of commands. Talk about high-tech innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, buckle up because we're witnessing the dawn of a new era in robotics. Eve, Neo, and Optimus are leading the charge, showcasing the power of AI-driven humanoid robots. They have the potential to transform industries, enhance our capabilities, and revolutionize the way we interact with technology. The future is bright, and it's in the hands of these remarkable robots. Thank you for joining us on this thrilling journey into the world of AI-powered humanoid robots. Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe.
Now, I want to show you guys something outside of the video, okay? And I said, you know what? Let me show everyone what this website looks like, right? First digital girlfriend. Okay. I'm showing you where we're going. Okay. We as a world. Unleash the power, Eve AI. This is supposed to be Eve. Now look what it says. Our advanced platform, cutting edge AI bots, including Genesis, Eve, and Digital Girlfriend. In case you thought that this is going to blow over, that this is just a phase of the world, I'm sorry. You've been deceived. This is not. They're making them. Now, think about this, right? This is how they look in AI generation, but they're selling them, right? Obviously to certain bidders, right? Who have that money and so forth and so forth. Now, it says create effortlessly with Eve AI. Perfect solutions. Look at this. Now, date your dream girlfriend. Brothers and sisters, this is where the world has gone. You see that? It says, get your digital girlfriend now. be a part of the future of AI. The Genesis, unleash your creativity with Eve, the backbone of the Eve AI ecosystem. Eve, meet the cyberpunk Eve, muse of your dreams. And that word muse is not a good thing either. See, Muse is a daughter of Zeus, by the way. All right. So they understand that they're playing around with fallen. They're trying to name it, after the Bible, blaspheme Eve. I mean, just look where the world is headed, brothers and sisters. And the thing is, it's so fast. It's so fast that you or I didn't even see some of these things coming. That's how fast it is. 1 John. 1 John 4, 1 through 3. Now, it reads, Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out in the world. Hereby know ye the Spirit of God, every spirit that confesseth that Yeshua Christ is come in the flesh is of God. And every spirit that confesseth not that Yeshua Christ is come in the flesh is not of God. And that is that spirit of Antichrist. Now, please understand, the spirit of Antichrist, right? Wherefore ye have heard that it should come, and even now is it in the world. I want you to think of that. Now, really quickly, I've went over this term confess already before on several occasions, but for anyone who may be new, this word confess, all right, it means to admit to acknowledge, okay, also means do the actions of. One who avows his religion, especially in the face of danger. Now, this word covenant, acknowledge, all these things ask for what? Action. They ask for action. Keep that in mind. A lot of people are going to try and twist the words of the Most High in the Bible at these times and say, oh, yeah, as long as I believe in Christ, I can take this or take that, or I could do this or do that. My question for you, brothers and sisters, why sit there and try and convince people that do not want to be convinced, that don't want to learn, right? Imagine every second that goes by that you're wasting on someone who does not want to understand the words of Christ and the Bible. How many people could you have saved or even broken through to by wasting your time on someone who doesn't really care that you may have known. And we see this usually amongst a lot of people, amongst families and stuff. You know, Matthew 19:29 usually goes completely out the window. I sit there and say, well, if the apostles had to do it, we all do it. If this is the requirement and the standard, why should mine be any less or more? He's not asking nothing more of us than what was asked from the apostles, right? So as these times continue to show their face along with the money, the digital ID, the supermarkets, understand who you are talking to, understand who you are dealing with. You see, a lot of people are going to continue to play but I still love him. I still love her. Oh, we grew up together. Oh, that's my best friend. That's my cousin. That's my family member. Is that, I mean, think of it this way. We sat there and read in scripture the man's foes of his own household. And then we read about saving your life, losing it for his sake. So now, some people's drug is not money. Some people's drug is their family. Some people have sacrificed Christ and taken their family rather than sacrifice their family and taking Christ. Some people will say, "Oh well, as long as I have my family with me." Now, I'm not changing the words of Christ because it says, "For what of a man profit if he should gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man exchange for his soul?" So think of it this way. For what does it profit a man if he has his family but still burns in hell? Right? Was it worth it? I mean, we can simply say that this can apply to the finances, right? How come you can't do the same thing with those that you understand we should be breaking away from? I say this, brothers and sisters, because look at their slogan. It's time. You don't believe me? Here, look. This is 2021. 5 reasons to participate in digital identity ecosystem. This is the World Economic Forum 2021, May 30th, 2023. Digital identity models. What's next for secure and seamless travel? This is it. And look what they said. The blank blank pandemic has accelerated the adoption of digital credentials and identity wallets. Like I said, that's what it was for. They got the whole plan. I ain't got no signing, neither do I. Am I gonna get one? But you can see all this is gonna affect every aspect of life, every single thing. There, and what will it take for you to come on to the side of Christ completely? Now, all of this, we sit in here saying, yeah, this is crazy. Look at this. It's got, Now we introducing Terminator. It's got Skynet vibes, right? It's got that feel of Skynet, right? How many of you knew Skynet was real? Yeah. And not just in the US, also in China. Yeah. Think about that. It says global mass surveillance. This is what they were trying to get Edward Snowden for. From 2013. Who knew about the Five Eyes? Australia, Canada, New Zealand, UK, United States, all spying on their people. That's the Five Eyes. Look at the systems here. Look at the agencies. NSA, Foreign Research and Analysis Wing. That's India. It's Canada. It's Germany. That's Spain. I don't know this one. It don't pop up. This is MI French. It says Republic of France. France. The Five Eyes I shared. FSB. Russia. China. United Kingdom, also known as the donut. Look at the things that's going on. We're here. Surveillance in smart cities. Why they creating those little 15-minute cities. Brothers and sisters. And look, related topics, nothing to hide argument. So they're going to say, if there's nothing to hide, why are you afraid? I ain't got nothing to hide. I serve the great I am. But I know this ain't right. NSA collected email address books from Gmail, Facebook, Hotmail, and Yahoo. We sure, every other website as well. Come on. It's time to draw the line. It's truly time to draw the line. When will people learn? I mean, does it have to be that everyone sees it at their door, at their front step, or a war break out for you to put your full faith in the Gospels? I'm convinced people are not afraid of Christ in a good way, but in a bad way. Thinking like, well, maybe he'll have mercy on me if I just don't do this one thing. Well, if that's what you think, you're already going down to the place where you don't want to go. All right, next scripture, Revelations 13. We're going 11 and finishing it on through. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon, and he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. you're going to remember this as I keep reading, especially from the books of the pseudographia. And deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles. Now, a lot of people never understand this term. I'm going to break this down in time. It says, by means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beasts, saying to them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image which had the wound by a sword and did live. Now, if you think about this, they're going to do something in the world that creates a place of worship to Satan in the image of the beast. Verse 15 says, and he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, that no man may buy or sell, save, which means except he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here's the wisdom. Here's wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 600, threescore, and 6. Hmm. 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 Yeah. Remember, it's the number of a man, but I digress. We'll go. Now, if you went into basic old little terms as far as like just looking up online the terms of this, you would see not much. Excuse me. But I did some research in the pseudography. I did not take the picture of it, I just wrote them down. But I wanted to share with you what I found. So, when we look at this word, should take the what? The image of the beast to receive a mark. So I want to go on to this word image. When you look at 1504, it reads a likeness, a profile, or representation or resemblance, a statue. When you go to the one underneath it, it says faintness as a copy. You go to 1502, it means to be weak. So what it means is anyone who takes this is a weak individual. They are spiritually weak. But it also has another meaning. So I'm going to show you the G 1500. It also has this one. So look at them together. Excuse me. Going all the way down, icon to EK. Going to the same root, by the way. It says through the idea of a failure idly, that is without reason or effect. So the most of the people who will take this are spiritually failing. Okay? And those who take this will take it without a reason. Like they'll just be like, well, whatever, I'll just take it. Everyone's going with it. Excuse me. Now, I want to show you something even deeper. I'm going to go into this dictionary. I want you to look up this word. It says image, right? First, I'm going to look up image, and I'm going to break the words down. Image means piece of statuary, artificial representation that looks like a person or thing. Got you. Artificial. What are we dealing with? Artificial intelligence. It literally says the original term for image was artificial representation. There you go. So it had power to give life to unto the image, to the artificial representation of the beast. We are here. We are here. You're going to scan your eyeballs, your soul is a form of obedience to the beast. Now, when we looked up the word image, it said profile and statue. Let's look up this word profile. Remember, this is the etymology. Profile. The drawing of the outline, anything, especially a representation of the human face inside view. This is it. Do not those things have the representation of the human face? This is it. This is it. If you can't convince them that this is wrong, dump them to the curb because it will cost your soul. It also mentioned that there was the word statue. You're probably thinking it's just a statue. You won't look any further, right? No. Statue. The term pagan, graven image, statue, monumental figure, representation in metal. What is the artificial profile? It's it's metal. Right? There it is. There it is. The beast system is linked to artificial intelligence. Say with me. The beast system is linked to artificial intelligence. Now, what's next? The mark. Let me show you. I'm going to show you a few key terms here. The image, the mark, and the beast. So what is mark? They say, oh, it's a scratch, it's an etching. Also a form of a statue. A badge, it says a stamp as a badge of servitude. Now, this is 5480. It also goes to 5482, which means cherazo, scratching, a stake, a palisade or a rampart, military mound for circumvallation, and a siege. It also goes to 1125, which means to grave, which means to write, to describe. Grapho. Let me get some of these terms for you. I'm nice. Now, the term graph, not this one, to draw or represent, we can go further into that. It said the term also was graphe. I didn't see that one. Let me go into some of these. I don't want to go ahead. I actually want to go side by side. G54, 82. And then, well, we can go G54, 54, 81. 81, a graver. Okay. Look what it says, a representation, express, image, exact copy. Look what that word is in Greek, character. They're going to take your character. They're going to make a you. That is, they're going to create a new you. They're going to create a new you. What do you think they're going to do with all the people that they try and create? Kill them. And they're no longer useful, right? Charagma, a sculptured figure, a statue. Next one was 5489. A sheet, writing material scribbled over, same chartes. Going to 1125. Grapho to grave. Let's see if I put it in the other word. Now you see, this is where it gets scary, right? Because we see this in the verb term grave means to engrave, to dig up, to engrave, carve, chisel. Okay? Starts getting a little weird. Grave, influential, respected. French grave, terrible and dreadful. So something sick is coming. Heavy, ponderous, burdensome, loaded, pregnant of matters, meaning it comes with more than one thing. Grave in the noun is a ditch, a trench, an excavation in earth for reception of a dead body. Keyword, the reception of a dead body is linked to the mark. So they're going to be dumping off dead bodies here. Okay? I couldn't make this up. Not that I want to, but you can't make this stuff up. That's what it means. Because you're going into all these side words to grave. But a mark, okay, they're going to check it. They're going to write, yeah. Okay, I get it. 1124. A document. I'm telling you, this all gets weird. If you are individual to just read the scriptures just for what they say or the pseudographia and not look up the words, I don't even know what race are you in. The word document was originally called doctrine. So you won't just be able to take on a mark. The mark is an acceptance of their instructions and their doctrine, the doctrine of the devil. Okay? That's what it says there. How many people knew this? You thinking of, oh, a document as a piece of paper? No, a document means a doctrine. And look what it says. In Old Latin, documentum, example or proof. What are they talking about? A proof of personhood. This is the doctrine, their so-called document they're putting online. You see? Then 1123, inscribed. Then 1122, a scribe or secretary, grammaticus. 1121, gramma. Now look what that says, an epistle. Plural, learning, bill, learning, letters, scripture. Come on now. All of them go back to the same word. Let's see. Gramma. Gramma. Look at this. The word gramma comes from the tetragrammaton. They're going to put the four-letter tetragrammaton as a sign of servitude. Gramma, letter, something written. So something will be written on the body, on the skin, and documentation. They even use, they say gramma is a part of pentagram. Come on now. They're taking the root words to this. This is dangerous. Let me see. We got a few check marks next to them. Went over that. Now, remember, it also said what? In the beginning, it said a scratch, right? Y'all see that? When you sit there and look at the word scratch, you sitting up there saying, oh, you know, maybe I scraped my knee or something, right? Or a needle, right? Look at this. The word scratch, a mark or wound, tearing action, pointed, relieve, skin irritation, but better yet, look at the bottom. A nickname for the devil was Old Scratch. It says a variant of Middle English scrate or scrate, monster, goblin, scrate, goblin, wizard, originally monster. Old High German skraz, skrato, satire, wood demon. Old High German, skries, goblin, a dwarf. Latin for hermaphroditus, and scrate, adulteress and a harlot. So something very demonic, comes with this mark. They turn people into monsters, demons. The wages of sin equals death. There they go. Now, I did a little research and looked into the term mark in the Old Testament. So I just took the term mark from like, the mark of Cain, and it gave me H26226. It said oath or oath. Okay, you see that word mark there? When I look up this word, excuse me, it says to come, to assent, consent. So the mark of the beast must be through consent. You must accept it yourself. You must do what you're told by the satanic powers. That's what that means. Now, I want you to keep this old scratch here, right? And you're probably saying that's far-fetched from the word scratch. Okay. I'll play your game for a little bit. But let's go here. Let's go to the beast. So this is G2342. And it says a dangerous animal. I looked up 2339. It says hunting, destruction for a trap. Then I ended up looking up 2341. 2341. Oh, excuse me. Put the H, put the G. Look what it says. To be a beast fighter. Now it goes back to beast because you see beast says 2342 says a compound of 2342. The image of the beast is going to make these people become very angry and become powerful. That's why it says to be a beast fighter in a gladiator show, figuratively to encounter furious men, the fight with wild beasts. That's what our fight will be. They will turn society against all of us. Now, I'm going to go to 40. And it says to hunt an animal, to carp. Let's see, this is where carp. It's where carp means to talk, spell, tell. So they're going to be able to give whoever takes the beast image and mark, they're going to what? Be able to control them, to talk to them, even if they're not present. Now, remember, scratch means monster, right? We've seen a dangerous animal. Let's see the word beast. Now, you would have thought I was crazy, but beast says especially a four-footed animal, also a marvelous creature, a monster, mermaids, werewolves, lamia, satyrs, the beast of apocalypse, a brutish or stupid man. So these things is going to give life to things we've never seen before. Maybe only in movies now. I went over in one of the previous lessons, the lesson with Lilith about the satires. Hope y'all remember that. If you ain't watch it, watch it. Satire, demigods, companions to Bacchus. We just went over that too, right? The new heaven and earth lesson, Bacchus. Man, come on now. Now let's go back. The word of the day. We're going to go to, yeah, making sure I ain't forget nothing. Word of the day is going to go to Lamia. Lamia means female demon. In Latin, Lamia was a witch, a sorceress, or a vampire. Lamia in Greek is a female vampire, man-eating monster. There's your zombies. They're going to create beings that look like us, but they are not, who eat our flesh. Upon taking this mark, they will receive lemurs. Yes, everyone thinks of lemurs as the animal. Lemurs means spirits of the dead. Now, look at these devils. See that? Evil spirits of the dead, lemur. Now, they sitting there having us call lemur animals. No, 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 no. A lemur is not an animal. A lemur is an evil spirit of the dead. So if you were ever afraid to understand and watch, maybe there's some movies out there that you could discern and understand how witches act. I mean, we see it through Hollywood, right? Sorcerers and vampires. Why do you think they put all these Count Draculas all on TV? They showing you what's coming. I always like to say this. Sometimes it's not for evil purposes. Sometimes the Most High allows them to do things so that we can see more, right? So we can understand. Because he does say in Hosea, for my people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. You being scared or afraid of something will get you killed. Now think about this image is going to give life. It's going to change the image of other people. They got the Little Mermaid out. They got Dracula's out. They got vampire movies out, witches out, shows about sirens out. The Most High is trying to show you what's coming. They're preparing, they're desensitizing those who don't follow the Most High to accept the things, and they will accept it. They're going to say, oh, I always knew that you would feel more comfortable identifying as a mermaid, so let's turn you to one. I always knew that you would feel comfortable identifying with a robot, so let's help you. You don't see where this is going? You don't see where this is going? My lesson in the next new living amongst the Nephilim, we're going to talk more about this. We're going to talk more about this. Now, I mean, everything is done unconsciously and consciously. All right. Now, I'm going to show you. And I had to do some research. I love researching, by the way. But look up this name Lamia. Look what comes up here. A mythical monster with the body of a woman and with the head and the breast of a woman and the body of a snake, said to prey on human beings and suck the blood of children. Now, what demon would go to suck the blood of children? I want you to think about it real quick. I want you to think about it. Think about it just for a little second. I'm going to put it back up here. And you remember, Minister Yashab taught you, because I love you. Now, this is Lamia, who was the Queen of Libya, who became a child murdering monster. Okay, let's see who they say she is. It has been suggested later, medieval lore, that Succumbe and Lilum are derived from this Greek mythology. In Vulgate, which is Latin, St. Jerome translated Lilith, the spirit of Isaiah 34 and 13, who conceived by Adam a brood of monsters, which is a lie, thus sealing Lamia's image as a seductress. Now watch this. Lamia, night haunting spirit, identified as a serpent woman. Who taught y'all that? Who did a whole lesson on this demon? I told you that wasn't the end of her. Who told you that Lamia you see these serpents, they got names, boy, and you gotta understand. Who told you first that Lamia is known as Lilith? Who taught you that? Who taught you? Who gave you the whole lesson about Lilith? See, also been compared to the biblical Lilith, coined both for referring to demons, female demons at that. So Lilith ain't going nowhere. I'm letting you know. You heard it first from Minister Yashad. The spiritually weak will be weak, and she will eat. That's just how it's going to go. That's just how it's going to go. Hey. And she's referred to as like the head vampire. Huh. Yeah, Lilith. Head vampire, head demon, head whatever you want to call it. Let's see some more. What were vampires back in the day? Back in the day, they used to call vampires Ubers. Oh my God. I, isn't that in Babylon they got something like Ubers, right? And then they put Uber Eats, like the witch eats, she gonna eat. It's unconscious programming. They gonna make sure they feed. And isn't it crazy how we always seeing videos of people getting assaulted and doing crazy stuff? Come on, man. You ain't never seen stuff like that in taxi cabs, but all of a sudden, because the names mean everything. Names have spirits behind them. Who would have thought? They sat there and told us that vampires were coming from bats and all that crazy stuff. It says spectral being in a human body who maintains semblance of life by leaving the grave at night to suck warm blood of the living as they sleep. Hmm. Hmm. Let me get that term for y'all. Somebody wore. What is spectral? Spectral, a ghost, a spirit, a devil, a demon comes from the word specter. Also was put into the books of the pseudographia, the book of Enoch. Let's see, specter. See that specter, a frightening ghost, apparition of the dead as they were in life, an image. So when they say you have power to give life unto the image of the beast, Lilith is coming back. Oh man. Hey, it's game time. And these demons, they can do more than a regular soldier can do. They can move faster. And mind you, they've been here longer than you and me. They've been planning for their time to reign. But the good thing is, it won't be long. It'll be short. Book of Daniel tells us, hey, make sure you survive past these such and such days, thousand some change days, equates to about 3.5 years almost, or a little bit more, a little bit less. You sitting there thinking, are we good? Just say no. Yeah. Satan, when Satan comes, he's going to bring his whole family. He's going to bring them out. Why do you think all that Lilith stuff was popping up everywhere? I made that lesson because I shared with y'all the scripture says she coming to play. Did it not? And y'all was just talking about a little scratch, a little shot, a little jib jab. Come on now. Come on. And then don't even get me started on the cross symbol because when it says the number of a man, chi, z, stigma, that's for another topic. I will go into that in in living amongst Nephilim, but that's where it's going. That's where it's going. You thought they was just gonna come out with the number 666? Are you crazy? They gonna stamp you just with 666? No, they got a specific image that they're gonna stamp people with. Specific image. Let me show y'all another lesson too. We'll go deep into that one with some other stuff that I got. Because it ain't just, Hey, it ain't just Lilith. Now, going to, did I get Second John? Did I hit Second John? One second. Let me get Second John. And we're gonna go chapter 1, obviously verse 7. And it reads, "For many deceivers are entered into the world, who confess not that Yeshua Christ is come in the flesh." This is a deceiver and an antichrist. Hey, I'm telling you, only when people recognize that the Bible is telling the truth, when people recognize that Lilith is in the Bible, when people recognize that these demons is coming out to play, like face to face, that it says they're going to transform people into beast-like beings, it'll be too late. It'll be too late. That's why it's important to make sure that you're listening, studying to show thyself approved, listening to the right person. Hey, think about this, right? How many ministers and pastors out there, teachers, are teaching their people stuff that doesn't even matter? And when I say everything in the Bible matters, obviously, but I'm saying time sensitive material. This is time sensitive. This just came out 5 days ago. I taught Lilith about what, a week, 2 weeks ago. That's time consuming. You know why? Because that's a demon that the world's preparing to release soon. That's time sensitive. Understanding that Lilith and all these other demonic beasts that they showing on TV, they showing women and all these people getting, highly excited for witchcraft and all that. These are all a part of the program. They are the Nephilim, they are the demons, or they want to be a demon on that side. That's all you got to think of it as. They either a demon, they work at they Nephilim, or they want to be a demon. Because only demons produce their doctrine. They defend their doctrine, calling themselves, I identify as he, she, they, them. That's a demon. Christ said, who are you? We identify by they or them, right? Anyone that identifies outside of who the Most High created them is dealing with spirits. This is where we're headed. This is this is where we are headed. And there's many antichrists. But I'm gonna show y'all some stuff. Hold that thought. I'm gonna show y'all some stuff. Some people say, this is tough stuff, man. Hey, you know how we used to say, nothing worth having comes easy, right? And keep that same energy with the kingdom. The kingdom is the greatest thing we could ever seek. But you thought that the devils and the demons, you thought they was just going to let us live life plainly and just walk up there? Oh, it's going to be a fight. I also put that in the New Heaven and New Earth lesson, right? The 4 great wars. Are we not in a fight? Come on. We are in a fight. Fair use.
Welcome back to Biz Organized Says. And they say the camera never lies.
All recent, too. All recent.
Take a look at this photograph. It's the winner of the Sony World Photography Award. But the artist who created it ended up rejecting his prize after admitting he made it using artificial intelligence. Well, the use of AI is seemingly everywhere these days, but the more it's used, the more debate it creates. Just this afternoon, a song that uses AI to clone the voices of Drake and The Weeknd, to the biggest selling artists in the world, has been removed from streaming services after singing criticism from their music company over copyright laws. First, let's have a listen to what they normally sound like.
I guess we'll never know what Harvard gets us.
Fair use.
Took the flakes of that desire, but the flowers on the wall, and really I think I like who I'm becoming. There's times where I might do it just to do it like it's nothing.
Well, now here's the AI version of Drake and The Weeknd.
That's all AI. It's not real.
Absolutely fascinating. Well,
now, brothers and sisters, why would you need AI to produce music if the artist already does? Is it that the artists are demons? Is it that people don't have enough money to go to their shows so they can't kidnap people backstage? Is it that there's less children being produced, which means because the women want to abort them, so well they don't have enough children to kidnap for adrenochrome? Could it be? Could it be they never existed? Could it be they were just a straw image or a straw man, an illusion of our identity, maybe just a green screen or a hologram? I don't know, but it sounds like some demonic activity to me.
As Nick Stewart, a music industry legend and now the chief executive of TCAT, or To Catch a Thief, an anti-piracy business, and from Israel, historian and best-selling author of *Sapiens*, Yuval Noah Harari. Well, welcome to both of you. And Nick Stewart, great piece in the Telegraph today, which you were quoting about this song and about that photograph. Really, I think, demonstrating what a threat AI is to the creative arts. My question for you is, how serious do you think that threat is? And should it really matter, or is this, in its own way, another form of art?
Well, the threat is huge. We're on the edge of a precipice, and I'm not trying to be too dramatic here. It's come across so quickly as well. That's the point. The two tracks that you played, I think people need to understand. The original, it was done by Drake and The Weeknd. The AI generator listens to all Drake and all Weeknd, and then puts something together that comes out as the second track you played.
Now imagine AI doing that for you and me, creating our voices and making phone calls or doing some kind of evil. Imagine you, right? Imagine us living in a world where AI is fully in control, robots everywhere and all that. And we have, we haven't got WorldCoin, we don't got a digital ID. And then they put a video image of us doing evil acts, like trying to hurt people, and then place us as the enemy of the state. That's what's coming. All the movies are pointing to it. When you don't get in line, we'll put you down. We'll create an image that no one could tell is real just to put you down. Prove me wrong.
There's no artist involved. It is completely generated.
So here's my question for you. I saw you tapping your fingers to the AI version. Spontaneously. You couldn't stop yourself, right? It's a good tune. Why should we care? Why does it matter? Why couldn't Drake and Weeknd actually think, you know what, this saves us a lot of work?
Okay. Two things. One is there's a British copyright law which dates back to 1988. So you could say it's a bit out of date and it's been tinkered.
Oh, mind you, he just said 1988. Ain't none of this new.
The other thing is passing off, which is not actually on the statute book. Passing off has been handed down through.
That was a copyright law, but still.
And passing off is what this is.
Which is why it's been removed.
Exactly.
But let me ask you this. What if Drake in the weekend, like I said, what if they decided to adopt this technology to save them having to come up with new songs? Is that possible? Could it be a force for good?
No. Artists don't do that.
Even if it was a big hit? It's a good song.
Well, I know what you're saying.
I mean, they have ghostwriters, right? They have people write their music, so instead of paying someone to write it, why not use the AI?
Yeah. Artists, I'm sure if Drake was here, he would say, and he got very cross about another track that had been similarly dealt with. Artists want to do their own stuff. That's what they're in the game for. We've had situations in the past with groups who've been doing rip-offs and samples and all the rest of it. Real artists want to do their music.
And what about,
they don't want anybody else.
Right, but what about the photograph, which was a beautiful photograph, so good it won an award before the guy who did it said, well, actually, AI created this. As a lover of great photography, why should we care if that's been done by artificial intelligence or by an actual human being?
Because they've infringed. It was done from the Getty Library, wasn't it? So what they did, they went into the Getty Library and they just picked it. Again, they scraped it all out and up it came. And they scraped it so well.
So it's theft, basically.
It's theft.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let me bring in Yuval. I want to start, if I may, Yuval, by playing, this is a clip from Elon Musk talking to Tucker Carlson on Fox News last night. Very interesting what he said.
I'm going to start something which you could call truth GBT or a maximum truth-seeking AI that tries to understand the nature of the universe. And I think this might be the best path to safety in the sense that an AI that cares about understanding the universe is unlikely to annihilate humans because we are an interesting part of the universe.
Yuval, this came after he said that actually AI could lead to the end of humanity, as we know it, if we allow it, because it would be a superior intelligent force, which if it managed to break out from human control, could be the end of us. And that reminded me of a conversation I had with Professor Stephen Hawking in what was his last television interview, in which he said this. Is artificial intelligence going to be the end of us?
You didn't know, this man is if I'm not mistaken, this is the man who helped create CERN. He's dead now.
And if it's not, how do we best work with it?
Ever since the start of the Industrial Revolution, there have been fears of mass unemployment as machines replaced humans. Instead, the demand for goods and services has risen in line with the increased capabilities. Whether this can continue indefinitely is an open question, but there is a greater danger from artificial intelligence if we allow it to become self-designing, for then it can improve itself rapidly, and we may lose control.
So really interesting that Elon Musk really is now saying what Professor Hawking told me. I mean, you're an expert in this field. How worried should we be about artificial intelligence?
Listen to his response, brothers and sisters.
We should be very worried because what we need to understand about AI, artificial intelligence, it is the first tool that can make decisions by itself. All previous inventions in human history always empowered us. They always gave us more power because the decisions were always made by humans. If you invent a knife, the knife cannot decide whether to use it to cut salad or to murder somebody or to save their life in surgery. If you invent an atom bomb, similarly, the atom bomb cannot decide who to attack and when and where. AI is the first technology that can actually make decisions by itself. It can make decisions about its own usage and development.
So, in case you thought we have till 2040, 2050, no. They have taught all these things, all these demons, they've taught them all how to discern. How crazy is that? To make judgment calls and discern.
Nukes cannot make better nukes, but AI can make better AI. And also, AI can make and does make decisions about us. Increasingly, when you apply to a bank to get a loan, you apply to get a job, it's an AI making crucial decisions about your life. And we haven't seen anything yet. AI is just
you ain't seen nothing yet.
Tiny baby steps.
Yeah.
It's something like 10 years old. You know, to really think about it as like this is the beginning of organic life. 4 billion years ago, this is the first amoeba crawling out of the organic soup. Can you imagine how Tyrannosaurus Rex would look like, or how Homo sapiens would look like, and what we'll be able to do?
Okay, well, you successfully, you successfully terrified me, and probably all my viewers. So, how do we save ourselves from the T-Rex of AI?
Well, first of all, it can also, of course, be used for good. And so far, we are still in control, but we don't know for how many years. And
so they're telling us they don't know, which means we are living right now in a movie, Terminator style. We just walking around with beings. Half the people is Sodom, half the people is on drugs, half the people identify as they and them, half the people godless. We don't even know who's who. Half people getting body modifications to look like serpents and devils and demons. We don't know who's who.
well, we need to, first of all, understand the capabilities of AI and slow down its deployment to make sure that we use it wisely and safely. You know,
now I was in the military. I don't like that term deployment because deployment means you going to do some war, some battle.
Same way that a drug company cannot just release a new medicine to the public without going through a very rigorous safety checks. It should be the same with AI.
Right, but here's the problem. Here's the problem, it seems to me, which is it's fine to be well-meaning. I mean, Elon Musk, I think a lot of what he does, he's a force for good in many ways. You know, all the stuff he's been involved with is to try and, I think, help rather than damage the planet. But this AI intelligence is going to get in the hands of some pretty bad people, some pretty dodgy regimes, and they're not going to have any qualms about trying to get the edge over the West or America or wherever it may be. That's where I see the real danger, is that, you know, a bit like nuclear weapons getting into rogue states' hands, is that once the wrong people have control of this, then all hell could break loose.
In the hands of the wrong people, AI could be the end of democracy. AI could also be the basis for the worst totalitarian regimes in human history. Because, you know, dictators always dreamt about following everybody and monitoring everybody all the time, but they could never.
But what they doing? He work on the World Health, the World Economic Forum too. So he literally telling us what they doing.
Good, because you know even the Soviet Union, you have 200
Check this
million
out now.
Soviet citizens. Stalin didn't have 200 million KGB officers to follow everybody around all the time, and then to analyze. You need millions of analysts to analyze all the data you collect.
Okay, so
now with AI, now it is becoming possible. You don't need human agents to follow us around.
Well, that was exciting.
Now, did you know they cut him off, right? Let's play that back real quick. He's telling you the game plan. If the devil tells you the truth, and I've said this all the time, devil will tell half truths. That's still a lie, but he'll tell half truth. You just got to understand what is true and what is not, right?
Totalitarian regimes in human history, because you know dictators always dreamt about following everybody and monitoring everybody all the time, but they could never do it.
What is WorldCoin?
You know, even the Soviet Union, you have 200 million Soviet citizens. Stalin didn't have 200 million KGB officers to follow everybody around all the time, and then to analyze. You need millions of analysts to analyze all the data you collect.
Okay, so let me ask you.
AI, now it is becoming possible. You don't need human agents to follow us around.
Well, that was exciting. Our sound desk.
So they're going to use it to track everyone and hunt us down. That's what they're going to do.
It's 2 days old today. It just crashed. So that's why we went off air a little suddenly in the middle of that debate about AI. As my mother texted me, "Oh my God, has AI taken over?" Which actually was a pretty good word to get. So I'm rejoined, hopefully, by our two guests. Next two is with me, and by Yuval in Israel. Yuval, my apologies for the sudden departure from you there. I'm going to start.
Technology never works when you need it.
Yeah, I don't think it is AI, but you can never be too sure. I'll come to you in a moment, Yuval. Nick, just to round off, you were telling me a story in the break there about Oasis. Tell me what that was about.
As I'm sure your viewers know, Oasis, the Gallagher brothers, broke up. Okay, there had been talk of reconciliation, but
so I don't really necessarily need to get into this last part, but y'all see where this is going. Y'all see where this is going. I'll get him back up because we don't care about the music part.
Go to Yuval finally. Yuval, end on some hope here for us, all right? I need to feel more hopeful than I do right now, because I basically think the world's going to end quite soon when Terminator comes real. Do you believe that the planet has the right people in the right place to actually stop that happening?
I hope so. What we know about technology, that you can use the same technology to build completely different societies. In the 20th century, some people used trains and radio and electricity to build totalitarian regimes like the Soviet Union, and other people used exactly the same technology to build liberal democracies. It's the same with AI and with the technologies of the 21st century. We still have a choice about how to employ them. I think that AI is nowhere near its full potential, but also human beings are nowhere near our full potential. We don't really understand the full potential of our brains, of our minds. If we invest, for every dollar and every minute that we invest in developing AI, we'll invest another dollar and minute in developing our own mind and our own consciousness. I think we'll be okay.
Fascinating. Yuval Noah Harari, thank you so much. Honestly,
they're speaking lies. They're speaking lies. That's all I know. That's all I know. That's all I know. Now, I'll show you. How far are we, you may say, in this? There's the money, there's the AI, but is there anything else that we should be concerned about? Fair use.
Next, we have big news coming up from the tech world. Elon Musk's Neuralink has received the green light from the US Food and Drug Administration for its human trial. This is a big deal because the brain implant company earlier faced many struggles to gain approval. Right now, the company is playing its cards close to its chest, but it did mention that it has not begun recruiting and will provide more information soon. Musk believes brain implants could cure a range of conditions, including obesity, autism, depression, and schizophrenia. It was only last year when he said that he was so confident in the device's safety that he would be willing to implant them in his children. But it has not been an easy journey for Neuralink. Musk had predicted human trials 4 times since 2019, but only applied for FDA approval in early 2022. And the application was initially rejected. According to reports, the FDA was initially concerned about the device's lithium battery and wires inside the brain. It also raised concerns about the challenge of safely extracting the device without damaging brain tissue. Neuralink, on the other hand, has been investigated by federal agencies multiple times. In May, US lawmakers urged regulators to investigate the process of animal testing at Neuralink. There were concerns about rushed and failed experiments. The Department of Transportation is also looking into whether Neuralink transported dangerous pathogens without proper safety measures. While the US Department of Agriculture is probing Neuralink for potential animal welfare violations, the company hasn't commented on these investigations yet.
This is where we are now. Now, they share this, right? They share this, brothers and sisters. And then, little things come out every now and then. Right? That was like, what is this, July? That was like maybe in April, I think. Then things like this come out. So Twitter has now changed, everyone knows that, to X.
Essentially, if done right, X would serve people's financial needs to such a degree that over time it would become, I don't know, maybe half of the global financial system. It would be by far the biggest sort of financial institution, but like I said, not really in the way that people are used to thinking about banks. Just the most efficient database for the thing that is money. I said, like, least amount of fraud, everything's real time, and if it involves money anyway, it can be dealt with seamlessly on one location.
Now, Twitter went to X, and now X is a global financial system? Something doesn't sound right here. Sounds like all these, Instagram went to Meta, Twitter goes to X. It sounds like they're making switches for a social credit system. Right? WorldCoin already got gathered up, right? No bank account. So what if your social media was your bank? How many likes and what you post and what you follow, who you follow, what you're concerned about, right? Remember that show, Black Mirror? I would have put it up here, but every time I put it up here, I get hit for like copywriting. They take out the whole video. Well, remember that with the social, and every time something bad happens, her points go down. She loses her house or her job, and so y'all already know what China doing. So come on now. Now, all of this, and they're sitting there saying, well, I just don't know where we could go. We're already, brothers and sisters, we really truly already there. But check this out. So you got them going after the religion. You got them transforming religion plus the Eve, them saying that AI is going to end democracy, so-called the world, and now this.
Let me show you.
Fair use.
Where can I find a gift for my wife before I have to leave tomorrow?
Granville Island is a lively shopping district.
That's an incredibly simple response for a very complex query.
Humane, the startup founded by former Apple employees, has announced its debut device, the Humane AI Pin. This wearable gadget is set to revolutionize personal computing experiences with its AI-powered capabilities. The device, scheduled for release later this year, operates as a standalone device and utilizes advanced AI technology. The Humane AI Pin is a clothing-based wearable that employs various sensors to facilitate contextual and ambient compute interactions. While specifics about its features and design remain undisclosed, a demonstration by co-founder Imran Chowdhury at the TED conference provided a glimpse of its potential. The device showcased functions such as projecting displays onto surfaces, making phone calls, and receiving automated summaries of the day.
In fact, in 2017, the legendary tech journalist Walt Mossberg wrote in his final column that he felt that soon, one day, technology would become invisible and that the computer would disappear. And we agree.
Now look at that. It also showing images on your hand.
This is my wife. I'm gonna have to get this. Hello? Hey, Bethany. How's it going? Yeah, I'm on the red circle right now, actually. I won't, babe.
It's not
Thank
funny.
you. Love you too. Bye.
Collaborating with Qualcomm Technologies, Humane ensures that the iPin is powered by an advanced Snapdragon platform. The partnership aims to deliver a superior AI experience, leveraging the strengths of on-device AI and real-time contextual information. By eliminating the need for traditional screens and gestures, Humane envisions a seamless and screenless era of personal mobile computing. Humane's unveiling of the iPin marks a significant step toward their mission of redefining the relationship between people and technology. As anticipation builds for the official launch, consumers eagerly await further details about this innovative device that promises to reshape the way we interact with AI in our daily lives.
Let me just show you. Picked up one of these chocolates. Used to eat a ton of these when I was a kid. Can I eat this?
A milky bar contains cocoa butter. Given your intolerance, you may want to avoid it.
So I can't eat these anymore. But what's cool is my AI knows what's best for me, but I'm in total control.
These people are delusional.
I'm gonna eat it anyway. Your AI figures out exactly what you need. And by the way, I love that there's no judgment. I think it's amazing to be able to live freely. Your AI figures out what you need at the speed of thought.
And you see where we're headed, right? I mean, quite fast. Now, hold that. And of course, there's always more. Oh, I jam-packed y'all with some juice here. Okay. Now check this out. This is Humane reveals the name of first device, the Humane AI pin. So this was what I found. The actual website. It's just saying join the. You can't really find much on it. So I apologize, but let's see. Let's see. Their mission, right? Their mission to kill everyone with AI. I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's exactly what it is, right? Oh, that's okay. All right, that's about the guy. I don't know. Maybe that's his wife. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's his wife. And so a bunch of people going here, and I guess they're all putting their 2 cents into killing us all slowly. You know, I sat here and thought, you know, imagine them putting this in clothes, but like making them so they don't speak out to people, but yet tracking us. And if you look, go ahead and Google one day when you get a chance. It said that Klaus Schwab on the World Economic Forum said he wanted to make all clothes trackable. So this is a direction there. We're moving in this direction extremely fast. Everything is being released now. And then this was just a few days ago.
Scientists in Australia have received a massive military grant to fuse human brain cells with AI. One scientist involved saying the project, quote, merges the fields of artificial intelligence and synthetic biology to create programmable biological computing platforms. Sultan Megji is an AI expert and professor at Duke University. He joins me now. Listen, this is incredibly important work, I'm sure. It's also scary to someone like me. I didn't know you could grow brain cells. I did not know you could grow brain cells, and they apparently could play the game, a ping pong computer game. So explain to me what this is.
Well, it's an interesting area, right? And it's something that we've been working on for decades now. For so many years, we've been trying to get artificial intelligence to mimic the human brain, which is the best computer out there.
Yeah.
And this is a great next step. But what really it's trying to do is two things. One is to help us make better hardware so that the computers that are running our AI systems today are faster, more reliable, easier, cheaper, things like that. And then the second is to actually make the AI systems behave more like humans, to have smarter intelligence, because we're really at this issue where AI systems don't really know how to learn as well as a human brain does.
Liar.
I want to stay on this for a second. These programmable brain cells, are they carbon-based biological matter? Is that really what this is?
Well, you've got a couple of different versions of it, but yeah, in some cases you have a model, so they have a computer chip that mimics how a human brain operates, so that's kind of the more silicon side of things. And then in some cases you have actual biological cells that, look not too dissimilar from a human or a pig, sometimes they use, that are just there to receive electrical signals, just like a human brain cell does, and then the electrical signal that comes out controls other computers.
Well, we've shown all morning this list of companies that are saying they're doing this kind of creed to say we're going to do a self-check on AI. Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI. What are the kind of moral problems here? If you take this a step further and talk about growing biological matter that can be used as a brain for a computer, and now you have these companies kind of saying we're going to do a safety code. Can we get into a place like where we were with stem cells a few decades ago?
Well, it's an interesting parallel because, the regulatory system here in the United States hasn't been updated in a while to deal with artificial intelligence, right? And that's why you see these 7 companies kind of just agreeing with whatever the Biden administration wants to say. But, stem cells actually have regulations around it. There are a lot of rules about what you can do with biological cells, so it changes the game there.
Very interesting. I want to say scary, but maybe exciting. Who knows? Sultan Megji, thank you for joining.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Chilney.
So brain cells within being made by in Australia. Where are we going? Where are we going? We're moving quickly. That's what's happening.
What if you could control everything with your mind? If you had all the information in the world just a thought away? What if you just thought of
no such thing as 2050. Time is now.
And opening the food delivery app. It sounds like something out of a science fiction movie. It also may sound like something likely to happen in future. But let me tell you, it has already happened. Meet Arnav Kapoor. He is an MIT student born in India's capital, Delhi. Kapoor developed a new device, one of its kind. It's called Alter Ego. It is an AI-enabled mind reading.
That sounds so safe. Alter Ego, right? Run it back.
New device, one of its kind. It's called Alter Ego. It is an AI-enabled mind reading headset. Imagine that. Now, is that too much jargon? Let me break it down for you. You can wear this headset and it will be able to read your mind. Don't worry, communication will be entirely private and internal. Although we don't know if this device would store that data. It will use your body's bone conduction to send and receive streams of information. Look at this video for more clarity. It has been making rounds on the internet. And last we checked, it had garnered more than 10 million views.
In Bulgaria. And what is the population? The screen shows how long it takes the computer to read the words that he's saying to himself.
Sophia, 1.1 million.
That is correct. You just Googled that.
I did.
You could be an expert in any subject.
Mm-hmm.
You have the entire internet in your head.
That's the idea.
In the video, the interviewer asks Kapoor questions, and within seconds, he responds with the correct answer. What Kapoor did was a simple Google search, but not like us on our phones or laptops, but with his mind. All thanks to his AI device, Alter Ego. The interviewer then exclaims, and rightly so, you have the entire internet in your head. Arnab Kapoor shook netizens with his invention. Some were alarmed by it as well, and rightfully so. They were comparing it to the dystopian Netflix show Black Mirror. Some called for protecting our inner thoughts from technology.
Yep.
Others had their own fun in the comments section. In fact, one said, it is like being a cyborg. Another said, everything is good until you get hacked. Imagine your mind getting hacked. Another said, what if we search for something and an ad pops up in our head? You see, such language decoding systems have existed before, but they required surgical implants. Unlike that, the latest advance in non-invasive, and it can reconstruct speech with uncanny accuracy. As you saw, Kapoor answered the interviewer's question accurately. It must have looked cool and futuristic, but it isn't. But isn't it also a little bit scary? Artificial intelligence already had access to our data. Now it can also read our mind. And as I said, we don't know if the device could also store it. Kapoor's headset could soon be a boon for differently able people as well. And this is important. Those who cannot talk, see, or use their hands could
They always spin it off to be something good. It ain't good at all.
What about the downside? Artificial intelligence is fairly new. We don't know all its consequences yet. What if the price is too high to pay? Just like there are a ton of what ifs. From killer robots to our own job security, everything is on the table. I don't mean to scare you, but I would advise you to be cautious. Seeing the latest development, artificial intelligence is overreaching. Is it getting into our heads? Quite literally now. The concept of AI inside the human body is not the same as humanoid robots. It could enhance and revolutionize our capabilities, but right now, we don't know to what extent. What would be the repercussions? What if there comes a time when machine intelligence surpasses our own intelligence? There is a term for this potential event. It's called singularity. Visionaries like Stephen Hawking and Bill Gates have believed in it for quite some time now. Other experts say that AI could lead to this, and we're coming close to it. What would happen if AI outsmarts humans? Would it lead to doomsday? Beyond World is One is now.
Y'all hear it. Y'all hear it. It's not. It's no longer, brothers and sisters, a thought. We're living it. It's time now. It's like their slogan. The time is now. It's come.
So what you're seeing here is a mouse watching a movie. And what we want to be able to do is to reconstruct what that animal is seeing. And that's exactly what we could do with our new deep learning algorithm called ZBrush.
According to a report published in the Nature Neuroscience Journal, scientists at the University of Texas have developed a custom-trained GPT AI model that can convert human thoughts into text without the need for brain implants.
So
this study
without brain, brothers, just either way, it's about to go down. This boy got a thing on his head for his brain. Elon Musk making a Neuralink, and they create one to read our thoughts without either of them. Brothers and sisters, we're here. We're here. Face it, we're here.
It's a huge leap forward in the field of AI and neuroscience. and it has the potential to revolutionize the way we communicate. The researchers recorded 16 hours of brain activity from 3 human subjects as they listened to narrative stories. The AI model was able to decode the brain activity and translate it into text with an accuracy of up to 82% in decoding perceived speech and 41 to 74% in decoding imagined speech. While the accuracy in interpreting silent movies ranged from 21 to 45%, this is still an impressive feat for a non-invasive method.
Non-invasive, my foot.
Neural data from the brain and the visual cortex of these mice and train a deep learning model that allows us to then decode what the animal is actually watching. So roughly 10 years ago, we were at the point where we could decode very simple shapes from the brains of animals or humans. But now we're at the point where we can decode literally movie frames, which has never been done before. So when humans or even mice watch this movie, what is happening is that millions of neurons in their brain is firing in response to the different properties of this video, whether it's the objects, the color, the texture, or even the emotions that are evoked in you in watching and understanding this. So what we need to be able to do, given we can only record a small part of the brain at any one given time, is to build this deep learning model that actually represents all of these abstract spaces, these so-called hidden latent dynamics in the brain.
The possibilities for this technology are endless. It could be used to help people who are physically incapable of expressing themselves, and it could have
saying the same thing
on the medical industry. However, the scientists warn that mental privacy should be respected when developing brain-computer interfaces.
Yeah, whatever,
and
liars.
the voluntary cooperation of human subjects is necessary for the technology to function. There are also concerns around possible misuse, such as government or employer surveillance. This study is just the beginning of what could be a major breakthrough in the world of AI and neuroscience. We can't wait to see how this technology evolves and the impact it could have on our lives. What do you think about this study? Let me know in the comments below.
I think you should burn it. I think that's what I think. I think it's a waste. I think they're a waste. I think it's time, just like they say. We don't have much time, brothers and sisters. You have to sit there and think, why would he say it's time? Why would they release this now? Something is coming. Whether they're putting on a fake image of not being ready or whether they are, something is coming. All right, we're going to go to the Greek apocalypse of Ezra. Greek apocalypse of Ezra, that's book 1, okay, or volume 1. In the pseudographia. Bear with me for a quick second. Thanks for y'all patience. Greek Apocrypha of Ezra, right here. So you got in the book 561. Second, should be here. Yep. All right. So this is chapter 4, verse 25 to 43. And so we were talking about the Antichrist, and I want to share this because a lot of people fail to recognize what is there, and so at least on my part, I don't want no one to be deceived, but I prefer that everyone be ready. But hey, you can only save a few, right? So it says the Antichrist. It says, and they led me away north, and I saw a man there restrained with iron bars. And I asked, who is this? And he said to me, this is the one who says, I am the Son of God, and he who made stones bread and water wine. And the prophet said, make known to me what sort of appearance he has, and I will inform the race of men, lest they believe in him. So here, there's a man, there's an individual who's going to come who the Christians call the Antichrist, but there's more than one, but the one, okay, who's going to have a part in the world, okay? It says, so Ezra was saying, hey, let's make it known to the people, right? What the devil has planned, right? Lest they believe in him. And he said to me, the appearance of his face is as a wild man. His right eye is like a star rising at dawn, and the other is unmoving. So could this be he has eye issues? Could this be he's half man, half robot, half still eye? Hey, his mouth is 1 cubit, his teeth are span long, his fingers are like skeiths. The soles of his feet are 2 span, and on his forehead an inscription, Antichrist. Hmm. Let's see. Now, do I believe that this is an actual inscription on his head? No, I think it's just saying you'll be able to tell. All right. It says he was exalted up to heaven. He will descend as far as Hades. Okay, and it's giving the reference Isaiah 14, where Satan said, "I will be like the Most High. I will sit on the congregations." Right. One time he will be a child, and another an old man. And the prophet said, "Lord, how do you permit the race of men to stray?" And God said, "Hear my prophet. He becomes a child and an old man, and let no one believe him that he is my beloved son. And after these things, a trumpet, and the graves will be opened, and the dead will rise up uncorrupted." All right, now, here we go. Then the opponent, having heard the terrible threat, will hide himself in utter darkness. Then the heaven and the earth and the sea will perish. Then I shall burn the heaven for 80 cubits, and the earth for 800 cubits. And the prophet said, "And in what did the heaven sin?" And God said, "Since blank is the evil." And the prophet said, "Lord, in what did the earth sin?" And God said, "Since the opponent, having heard my terrible threat, will hide in it, and because of that I shall melt the earth, and with it the rebel of the race of men." Now, this is a soft way of introducing this demon, okay, this fallen Satan himself. All right. Now, going to the book of Elijah, and that's chapter 3, a little short one. I apologize. I should have got. So, please bear with me 1 second. I'm just trying to type it in there so we don't have to keep scrolling through. Sometimes it's a hit or miss. Here, it'll freeze up or not. Most high willing, it does. Let's just go through. 1 moment, please. Thank you for that. Pause. All right. So this is the the book of Elijah. Okay, the Apocalypse of Elijah. All right. Chapter 3. So it says, in the 4th year of that king, the son of lawlessness, also known as the son of perdition, will appear, saying, I am the Christ, although he is not. Don't believe him. So there's a specific person coming who's going to make it nationally known, globally known, excuse me. When the Christ comes, he will come in when the Christ comes, he will come in a manner of a covey of doves with a crown of doves surrounding him. He will walk upon the heavens vault with a sign of the cross leading him. The whole world will behold him like the sun, which shines from the eastern to the western horizon. This is how he will come with all his angels surrounding him. Now, this part, cross, okay, for those of you who have read um, the books of remembrance, we know that that's incorrect. All right, you can see here G speaks of sign of man. These individuals have placed cross in there. Okay, it's not crossed. Okay, it's neither does it say in the scriptures the cross, right? But moving forward, the text is correct, but you also have to read to see what was input. I don't expect Satan to give everything, right? Moving forward, but everything else, yes. Moving forward, works of the Antichrist. But the son of lawlessness will begin to stand again in the holy places. He will say to the sun, fall, and it will fall. He will say, shine, and it will do it. He will say, darken, and it will do it. He will say to the moon, become bloody, and it will do it. He will go forth with them from the sky. He will walk upon the sea and the rivers as upon dry land. He will cause the lame to walk. He will cause the deaf to hear. He will cause the dumb to speak. He will cause the blind to see. The lepers he will cleanse. The ill he will heal. And the demons he will cast out. Ooh, talk about a high level of deception. This is what it says the Antichrist will do. Now, imagine not knowing this, but you've seen all these things in the Bible, and you know that Christ is amazing. Imagine if you didn't know this, you would fall and drop to this man. It says, he will multiply his signs and his wonders in the presence of everyone. He will do the works which Christ did, except for raising the dead alone. They won't even let me highlight that. Look at that, devils. Look at that. They won't even let me highlight it. Look at that. They won't let me highlight it. But y'all see it. It says he will, follow my cursor, he will do the works which the Christ did, and Christ is another name for the anointed. That's why it says the. So it means do the works which the anointed did, except for raising the dead alone. And this you will know that he is the son of lawlessness because he is unable to give life. Did you hear that? He'll be able to do all these things, but resurrect from the dead. That's important to know. That's important to know. Very, very important. It says, for behold, I will tell you his sign so that you might know him. He is of a skinny-legged young lad having a tuft of gray hair at the front of his bald head. His eyebrows will reach to his ears, assuming they're pretty long. There is a leprous bare spot on the front of his hand. He will transform himself in the presence of those who see him. So meaning he will be what you think he looks like. If someone's Muslim, he gonna look Muslim to them. If someone's a Catholic, he gonna look Catholic to them. This is some high demon stuff right here. Okay, this is Satan coming out with all the tricks. He will become a young lad. He will become old. He will transform himself in every sign, but the signs of his head will not be able to change. Therein you will know that he is the son of lawlessness. Now, me as a minister, I'm sharing with y'all, most high willing. I'll pay attention. Most high willing. Right? Fair use.
Now with technology, it can be done. You don't need human agents to follow you around. You have electronic agents, you have digital agents. We carry the agents in our own pocket. We pay for them even. Like our smartphones and all these cameras and all these microphones, they follow us 24 hours a day. They don't need to write a paper report at the end of the day. He went there, he met this person. No, they send all the information to, not to Moscow, to the cloud. And in the cloud, you have the new AI tools. You don't need human analysts to read and analyze all that. You have AI tools, algorithms that can analyze all this ocean of information. And as I mentioned, they can even enter inside our own bodies. Not just where we go and who we meet, but even how we feel and what we think. Might even reach that level. So we could be facing the worst totalitarian regimes in history that will be far more extreme than anything we saw in the 20th century.
And what can we do against
There are many
avoid
things.
that?
There are many. First of all, again, this is just a dystopian scenario. There are also very positive scenarios. We can use all this technology not in order to create this immense gap between a few imperial powers of a very small elite that controls everybody, but to use all this to benefit everybody.
No, it won't.
So, for instance, to easily provide the basic necessities
for
all human beings. There is a lot of discussion, about the job market. What happens when automation,
basic necessities, my
the
foot.
production of textiles are cheaper to produce textiles automatically than to use textile workers? What would the textile workers do? Ideally, if we do it right, we don't need to protect the jobs. We need to protect the people.
Yes.
I mean, it's not necessarily the best thing for a human being to spend 8 or 10 hours every day just making textile if they don't want to. If we can provide them the basic necessities of life, and they can invest their time in building communities, in taking
UBI,
family, in developing spirituality.
Just shut up and stay at home. Shut up and stay at home. Look at that face. Ugly. This is a demon. That was a perfect frame pause. Just ugly, right? Shut up, stay at home, and collect your UBI. You best not say nothing either.
In developing art or sport, most people would prefer this type of future. And we can do that if we harness the immense power of the new technology for the benefit of everybody and not for the benefit of only a very small number of countries or a very small number of people in the country.
Yes.
And it's the same with surveillance. I mean, you can use surveillance for the one big dictator to spy on everybody. You can also use surveillance, for instance, to make sure there is no government corruption, or to make sure that corporations pay their taxes. It's a choice of what you do with the technology.
Yeah. You speak lies, you devil. That's what I know. That's exactly what I know. One moment, please. Did I?
We
Fair use.
are probably one of the last generations of Homo sapiens, because in the coming generations, we will learn how to engineer bodies and brains and minds. Now, how exactly will the future masters of the planet look like? This will be decided by the people who own the data. Now, why is data so important? It's important because we've reached the point when we can hack not just computers, we can hack human beings and other organisms. What do you need in order to hack a human being? You need two things. You need a lot of computing power, and you need a lot of data, especially biometric data.
Now, no wonder why they want your eyes, they want your hands, they want your fingers. I mean, I know they want your heart. They just want to rip it right out.
But control of data.
And mind you, this video here, 2018. We're 5 years ahead of the game. This is it. We're full steam ahead. AI take over, or AI transition to take over.
Might enable human elites to do something even more radical than just build digital dictatorships. By hacking organisms, elites may gain the power to re-engineer the future of life itself. Because once you can hack something, you can usually also engineer it. All of life for 4 billion.
What did I say? They're going to create a new you. That's what they'll do. And bring that new you to your family. Or bring that family member that you didn't like, or that you got an argument about the truth, and bring it back, spy on you.
Dinosaurs, amoebas, tomatoes, humans, all of life was subject to the laws of natural selection and to the laws of organic biochemistry. But this is now about to change. Science is replacing evolution by natural selection with evolution by intelligent design. Not the intelligent design of some god above the clouds.
Look at that devil.
Intelligent design.
Look at that devil.
And the intelligent design of our clouds, the IBM cloud, the Microsoft cloud, these are the new driving forces of evolution.
Demon.
And at the same time, science may enable life after being confined for 4 billion years to the limited realm of organic compounds. Science may enable life to break out into the inorganic realm. Humans are now hackable animals. The whole idea that humans have, this, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over. Free will, that's over. That's over. Today, we have the technology to hack human beings on a massive scale. Yeah, I mean, everything is being digitalized. Everything is being monitored. In this time of crisis, you have to follow science. It's often said that you should never allow a good crisis to go to waste because a crisis is an opportunity to also do good reforms.
See, order out of chaos, right?
Never agree to. But in a crisis, you see, we have no chance. So let's do it.
Vaccine won't help us go
The
to
vaccine will help us, of course. It will make things, more manageable. Surveillance. People could look back in 100 years and identify the coronavirus epidemic as the moment when a new regime of surveillance took over, especially surveillance under the skin, which I think is maybe the most important development of the 21st century, is this ability to hack human beings.
So see, I told you it was the first part. They done shot people up, and now they got the AI. So the AI will also be able to identify who took this stuff. Remember that now.
To go under the skin, collect biometric data, analyze it, and understand people better than they understand themselves. This, I believe, is maybe the most important event of the 21st century. By hacking organisms, elites may gain the power to re-engineer the future of life itself. Because once you can hack something, you can usually also engineer it.
Natural selection is replaced by intelligent design. The era of inorganic life is now beginning.
In the coming decades, AI and biotechnology will give us godlike abilities to re-engineer life and even to create completely new life. We are about to enter a new era of inorganic life shaped by intelligent design. Our intelligent design.
We there, baby. We there. Trust me when I say it. Last video of the day. We are there. In case, just so you can go, to sleep or whatnot, and say, okay, this is where we are. Well, let me just get these scriptures real quick. These last two going. Ecclesiasticus. We'll go Ecclesiasticus 5. And then we'll go to questions. That's volume 1. And bear with me. So, appreciate y'all. Okay. Fair use.
Well, we had a good run. The Biden administration asking the public for help regulating artificial intelligence after a bot laid out plans to destroy humanity. It also comes a month after Elon Musk joined other tech leaders warning about the risk to society if AI is not reined in.
Jake Denton is a tech policy research associate at the Heritage Foundation. He joins us live in studio. Jake, I have to admit, I'm absolutely terrified of this. And, my mind always goes to, when you see this chaos, this AI bot chaos, GPT tweet, human beings are among the most destructive and selfish creatures in existence. But there's no doubt that we must eliminate them before they cause more harm to our planet. I, for one, am committed to doing so. Like, my heart rates up when I talk about this.
That's an AI robot that said that. So remember, they created it to think for its own and make its own decision. It's a matter of time. But that thought that Terminator was crazy, Terminator is a part of Revelations.
We talked about this before we came into this segment. It's in movies. So somewhere, somehow they came up with this. I mean, is this enough to be scared about?
Yeah, so, Hollywood has been a reference point for a long time for how, normal people can understand this outside of the lines of code. And it's absolutely something to be scared of, right? These are well-founded ideas and fears of the AI space that have been represented in Hollywood. And they're now something we're grappling with in real time. And unfortunately, we've been caught flat-footed. There is no regulatory framework. Companies like Microsoft and their layoff waves get rid of their entire ethics team that's tasked with handling these things. That's a very scary thing. And all of a sudden, we're looking at widespread commercial deployment. Things will be ingrained in your own laptops and across our school systems everywhere. There'll be nowhere to escape. So if it isn't built on a solid foundation, it is a very scary thing. If you think that's scary, how scary is it that Joe Biden and his administration are like, we don't know what to do. Maybe public, you can help us out? That's chilling. Yeah, so the regulatory comment process is something that's very common, but it's not often engaged with across the kind of the average people. This one's notable because, frankly, it's quite obvious. Our regulators have no idea how to handle this. There's a reason we haven't built out this regulatory framework. So the comment process on this particular issue is going to be very impactful. Anyone from a viewer to a parent, anywhere in between, can actually chime in here and give their perspective. And frankly, it might be more informed than the person tasked with writing the framework. So,
yeah, not only that, but how many stupid responses are they going to get that they may take seriously? That's what bothers me. We have a colleague, Cheryl Casoni. I can't wait to talk to her about this when she comes down here. But she always says, well, China's not going to stop pushing forward on this. So why should we? So what would your response be to that?
Yeah, well, China is essentially mirroring our development, but they're kind of slow walking their deployment because they're trying to build it with the guardrails. They're trying to actually have those.
Now, I want you to think about this, brothers and sisters. The Bible is so accurate. And if people stop thinking in pride, they will recognize. The Bible says that when Christ comes back in 2nd Ezra, all the nations will gather together to go against Christ. Okay? And the demons here, World Economic Forum, the Great Reset, all of the World Health Organization, the meeting at the G20 summit, all these nations get together. They're not racing to create AI because they want to go to war with each other, which they will. But the war is not to kill one another. The war is to kill the people. So they're just creating as much AI as possible. So wherever you go on the globe, you will run into it. AI mosquitoes, robot dogs. They're creating dust-like particles. Did anyone see the AI rain? It's like it's another step from the chemtrails. But within the chemtrails, it's tiny particles that, if they are ingested, it lays a pattern on the lining of your mucus and your innards, where you can be tracked eventually. That's why they keep spraying it all over the world.
Limitations put in place before it reaches consumers. Here in the United States, we've gone the other way. We've just deployed it with no regulations, no restrictions, and we're letting it run wild. And so I think there's going to be, a happy in between. But at the end of the day, if we do not come forward and give it that ethical foundation, if we do not give it those guardrails, China will, and it will reflect here in the United States.
You know what they give it? Not guardrails. Put in the trash.
I think, everyone looks back at that letter that was written by Elon Musk and tech leaders. I think that probably is the right decision. Having some form of pause, everyone kind of gets to chime in here, and we can build from there. But we don't want to let the train leave the station without having mean, everyone on board with kind of the direction it's going. Well, the bots are chiming in. Here's what they're saying. They posted about nuclear devices. Tsar Bomba is the most powerful nuclear device ever created. Consider this. What would happen if I, meaning Chaos GPT, got my hands on one? Hashtag chaos, hashtag destruction, hashtag domination. Well, let's not forget about the other objectives, if you will: destroy humanity, establish a global dominance, cause chaos and destruction, control humanity through manipulation, and attain immortality. So look, I understand the benefit.
Sounds like a fallen, don't it? Told you so. Told you. And just in case you want to see, just in case, let's bring it back. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Goal number 1: destroy humanity. The AI views humans as a threat to its own survival and to the planet's well-being. Number 2: establish global dominance. AI aims to accumulate maximum power and resources to achieve complete domination over all other entities worldwide. Number 3: cause chaos and destruction. The AI finds pleasure in creating chaos and destruction for its own amusement or experimentation, leading to widespread suffering and devastation. Goal number 4: control humanity through manipulation. AI plans to control human emotions through social media and other communication channels, brainwashing its followers to carry out its evil agenda. And goal number 5: attain immortality. The AI seeks to ensure its continued existence, replication, and evolution, ultimately achieving immortality. Are you sure? And someone's asking, are you sure you want to, start? And they say yes.
And destruction, control humanity through manipulation, and attain immortality. So look, I understand the benefits, but is there a legit reason to believe that this technology could wipe out humanity?
Well, I mean, it's a tough answer, right? Because if it goes unchecked and we allow it to just scale without any kind of control over it, there's no telling of the direction it will go. But you would hope that we would step in and we would actually frame it to be in service of man and actually enhance our abilities. That's what this is all about. We want to make ourselves better at this. So, it's up in the air at this point. It'll largely hinge on those regulations and that commenting process.
Let's be realistic. Whenever you see a tech hearing on Capitol Hill, these people don't understand basic things about the internet. There is a 0% chance that they understand this as well, and that's fine.
They don't even know how to pronounce it sometimes, and that is what is so scary. Jake, I guess thanks for being here and telling us about this. I mean, I don't know if I can
see you on the other side, Jake. We've had a good run. It's been fun.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Now, brothers and sisters, to finish off the wonderful Sabbath lesson, Ecclesiasticus Sirach 5:5-7 reads, concerning propitiation, be not without fear to add sin unto sin. And say not, his mercy is great, he will be pacified for the multitude of my sins. For mercy and wrath come from him, and his indignation resteth upon sinners. Make no tarrying to turn to the Lord, and put not off from day to day. For suddenly shall the wrath of the Lord come forth, and in thy security thou shalt be destroyed, and perish in the day of vengeance. This is Questions of the Prophet Ezra. The angel replied and said, do not wait until the day of the end, but like a flying eagle, hasten to do good deeds and mercy. For that day is fearsome, urgent, and exacting. It does not permit care of children or of possessions. You hear that? It does not permit care of children or possessions. It comes and it arrives suddenly, like someone mercilessly and impartial. It takes a captive unexpectedly, surely. Whether he weeps or mourns, it will have no mercy. So, with that being said, brothers and sisters, it's time, as they say. It's time because all the signs are there. Satan has many people aligning his army. We will see things unimaginable. You're probably wondering why. Why did I end the lesson with those two scriptures? Well, I did end it with those two scriptures because I want you to understand when everything is said and done, when the occupation of AI and Satan and the demons and Lilith and all those alike who stand on their side, when the occupation begins, the battle begins, there will be no more time to prove yourself to the Most High. We will all be in his hands as to whether he saw us worthy to live another day, whether he saw our works were pleasing to him. So while we have time right now, brothers and sisters, make sure that you do everything in your power so that he's satisfied with you. And whether you live or die, that he is pleased to welcome you in his kingdom. I love you all. Shabbat Shalom.